Physical Education and Health 2022 Day 2 is about to commence in a few moments. Welcome to the main ballroom of Nuanza Hotel Cikarang, West Java, Indonesia. We would like to inform you that the toilet is located beside the escalator in front of this ballroom. And if there is any emergency situation, please go to the emergency exit which is located on your right side. To all online attendees, we kindly request you to turn your camera on and mute the microphone during the main sessions. You may turn your microphone when it comes to the main agenda, and please rename your Zoom account based on the presentation day and room. You are also allowed to use the virtual background of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome back to Day 2 of the International Conference on Sports Sciences, Physical Education and Health 2022. We would also like to inform that there will be several awards given in each parallel sessions for all presenters. In the third plenary session, there will be Associate Professor Dr. Lir Yu Yin from Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia, and Dr. Muhammad Masrur from Iqra University, Pakistan as the invited speaker. This session will be moderated by Dr. Aan Wasan. To all speakers and moderator, please be prepared, and the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to International Conference on Sports Science, Physical Education and Health. For this time, we have two presenters. The first from Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Ler Hui In. Good morning, Professor.
Hello, good morning. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
thank you very much. You have joined with us in this room, Zoom. Okay, she is from Department of Sports Science, Faculty of Applied Sciences, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia, of course. She will talk about sodium bicarbonate and powerful androgenic aids. That's right. But before you present it, I will say hello to second presenter, that is Professor Dr. Muhammad Masrur. Assalamualaikum, Professor. Have you joined with us? Okay, Professor Masrur from Pakistan. Current appointment, he is as Dean Faculty of Health Sciences, Iqra University since March 2020. Beside as a Dean, Professor Masrur as a Counselor, College of Physical and Surgeon, Pakistan since February 2019. And he is also as member governing body Karachi Medical and Dental College and Abbasi Shahid Hospital. Okay, I think I done so Professor Muhammad Masrur in Zoom, but maybe after Professor Dr. Ler Hui In presented, I hope he can join within this Zoom room. Okay, for Associate Professor Dr. Ler Hui In, she is a Doctor of Philosophy from University of Sydney and University of Malaya. That's right, Prof? And you have about 45 minutes to do presentation about your material. And please, it is time for you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watson, for your kind introductions. Can I share my screen? Uh, Please allow me to share my screen.
Okay, it's okay. Your sound is okay. Oh, okay. You wait there. Okay, wait a moment. You can see it. You can see your PPT, Professor.
Yeah, just a minute, yeah.
Okay. Please.
All right. All right, a very good morning to everyone. Greeting from Malaysia. I'm from the Department of Sports Science, Faculty of Applied Science, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia. Thanks to the organizers of the International Conference of Sports Science, Physical Education and Health to invite me to speak for this conference. It is my honor to share my knowledge on the sports ergogenics aids, which is sodium bicarb, with you all. So what is fatigue? In sports, muscle fatigue is the decline in the abilities of muscles to generate force. So when your muscles are burning, your heart is pounding, and you can't catch your breath, that's the feelings of fatigue. From the exercise physiology perspective, peripheral fatigue is one often related to the excessive accumulations of metabolite, such as iron hydrogens, potassiums, phosphate, and the availabilities of the metabolic fuel sources, for example, ATP, glycogen storage in your muscles. So exercise can induce substitutional perturbance to the acid-base balance through the generations of the iron hydrogens. Considering these associations of exercise-induced acidosis and fatigue, therefore, the use of sodium bicarb to dampen the rate of the iron hydrogens accumulations and attenuate the magnitude of metabolic acidosis may be warranted. So during the normal metabolic activity like exercise, our body produces both acid and base, but the acid production is greater than the base productions. Therefore, the small change of the pH can produce major disturbance. Most of the enzymes functions with a narrow pH range. Acid-base balance can also affect electrolytes such as sodium, potassium, chloride, and it also can affect the hormones. So today I would like to introduce you the usage of sodium bicarb, which is the baking soda. I believe that all of you here have seen this baking soda. It is used for the baked goods, the baked cakes, or some people use it as the cleaning agent. So baking soda is inexpensive. You can easily retrieve it, purchase it from the supermarket. And baking soda is power-packed with the antacid properties, and it is known to be a great alkalizing agent. And it also known as to have many antiseptic properties. So if you have a chance to visit the bookstores or online to search on books related to baking soda, you can see that there are many usage of by using this baking soda for cleaning, for medical purpose. So today, for my presentations, I would like to focus on the usage of sodium bicarb, which is the baking soda, in sports performance. It is proven to be effective in inducing blood alkalosis after injections by many researchers. The natural supply of this sodium bicarb can help to delay the onset of fatigue during anaerobic exercise, which is the high intensity exercise. It helps in increasing in buffering capacity, reduce the rate of the intramuscular ion hydrogens, and facilitates the removal of hydrogens ion associated with lactic acids from the muscle cells into the blood. Therefore, with the injections of these sodium bicarbs, it gives rise to the bicarbonate ions. And thus, this will contribute to the alkalotic environment in the extracellular compartment. Concurrently, the elevated bicarbonate ions enlarge the gradients between the extracellular and the intracellular ions, hydrogens, which stimulates the lattice or the ion hydrogens co-transporter. In turn, this leads to a greater efflux of ion hydrogens from the intramuscular regions into the extracellular fluids, and which allow the ion bicarbonates and buffering compensatory systems to remove the ion hydrogens, therefore increasing pH. It has been suggested that this mechanism causes a decrease in muscles fatigue, delaying in the increase of pH level, because we don't want our pH to be too low, to be too acidic, and therefore it leading to a greater contractile capacity of the muscle tissues involved by means of enhance the muscle's glycogen's ATP productions. So we want our a muscle's environment to be more neutral or alkaline, but not acidic. Indeed, this sodium bicarbs has been investigated as an ergogenic aid for the over 80 years, with recent evidence alluding that to an ergogenic potentials during short durations, high intensity exercise. Research assessing the influence of this sodium bicarb on distance-based time trial event has focused on rowing and cycling, but not in running or swimming. Therefore, in the following presentation slides, I'll be presenting my studies related to run performance. However, the performance benefit observed for these sodium bicarb injections are not synonymous in the literature. Some say yes, some say no, and then so the conclusions are still argumentative. There are still some uncertainties on questions like what is the optimal time of injections? When to take? How long before, before the race we should take it? What is dosage? Should it be acute or chronic? Or for both anaerobic and aerobic exercise? To understand how acidity stops us from going faster in both anaerobic and aerobic endurance events, I would like to share the research output of 3 studies related to sodium bicarbs that conducted in our laboratory to examine the acute and chronic injections of sodium bicarbs during anaerobic and aerobic exercise. So for the first studies, we investigate the effects of the different dosage of sodium bicarbs on 200-meter freestyle swimming performance in competitive swimmers. So we would like to know, with the different dosage of the sodium bicarbs, 0.2 versus 0.3 gram per kg's body weight, in enhancing the 200-meter freestyle swimming performance in recreational swimmer. Just for example, if you are 70 kgs, your body weight, so we just time 0.2 of the gram of your body weight to be ingested prior to the exercise. So for these studies, we have recruited 8 recreational swimmers, undertook 4 trials, which included 1 control and 3 experimental trials in randomized order. So for the experimental trial, the swimmers or the subjects were either ingested with the sodium bicarb 0.3 gram or 0.2 gram per kg's body weight, or placebo, which is the sodium chloride, the salt, with the dosage of 0.05 gram per kg's body weight 90 minutes prior to the performance task. So what we found, the performance time of this 200 meters freestyle swimming performance was significantly improved in the 0.2 gram trials as compared to the other trials. So you can see from the table here. The plausible reasons for the significant improvement might be due to the fact that injections of this 0.2 gram of kg's body weight of sodium bicarb has facilitated the removal of the excess hydrogen ion from the working muscles. So therefore, the muscles environmental tissue, the environmental conditions is not that acidic, and the enzymes and the contractile proteins can work optimally. All right. So when we look into the blood lactate concentrations during baseline and post-swimming, we notice that the blood lactate concentrations during post-swimming in all trials were similar. However, when we look into the 0.2 gram trial, has the greatest increment among the trials during the post-swim as compared to the baseline value. And the increase of the blood lactate concentrations in this 0.2 trial might due to a greater glycolytic activities as the subjects perform their best performance time as compared to the other trial. So interesting to note that the heart rate was significantly lower in the 0.2 gram trials compared to others. Therefore, the injections of the sodium bicarbs for 90 minutes prior to the exercise could improve the performance or delay fatigue in intermittent high intensity exercise through its buffering feature. So what is our conclusions from this, from the first studies? With the injections of this 0.2 gram per kg's body weight of sodium bicarbs, 90 minutes before is imperative in improving 200 meter swim performance in recreational swimmers. A report by Lin saying that 0.3 gram per kg's body weight of sodium bicarbs improved 200 meter freestyle swimming in the elite male competitors during the British National Championships and European Championships. Their swimmers were international swimmers, and they can swim faster as compared to the subjects in these present studies. Therefore, we postulated that 0.3 gram is suitable for elite swimmers, whereas 0.2 gram per kg's body weight of the sodium bicarb injections prior to the exercise is recommended for sub-elite swimmers. In addition, the present study shows that with the injections of this 0.3 gram of sodium bicarb injections prior to exercise had caused the feeling of slightly full, which may affect the performance time. Now we move on to the second studies that we have done on the prolonged endurance running performance and the recovery in trained runners. So most of the studies were done in short durations, high intensity sports like cycling, sprinting, middle distance running. So therefore, we would like to focus on the sodium bicarbs injections during the prolonged running performance, which exceeds 30 minutes and more than 5 kilometers. So again, we have recruited 10 subjects with the written consent, and their age range is between 20 years old. They are highly trained. Their VO2 max is about 58 ml per kg per body weight. So the subjects underwent the preliminary testing like the sub-max and the VO2 max test, and the experimental trial, which is in double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized crossover trials. So in total, the subjects have to underwent the sodium bicarb trials, which is 0.3 gram per kg's body weight, and the placebo trial. So these are the measurements taken during the experimental trial. So we have taken the baseline heart rate, the RPE, VO2, RER, glucose, urine, and we also measures the perceptual measurements like perceptions of abdominal discomfort and the gut fullness was recorded. Because there are a lot of reports saying that with the high dosage of these sodiums bicarbs will cause the abdominal discomfort, or therefore we measure this to indicate whether how sensitive is the related to the dosage and the exercise performance. So what we found from our results, the performance testing consisted of 60 minutes endurance treadmill running, which included the 30 minutes constant speed at 65% of VO2 max, and followed by a 30 minutes maximum distance running. So we give them 30 minutes run, okay, and they have to run as much as they could. So our result shows that the distance covered in this 60 minutes endurance treadmill running for the sodium bicarbs trial was further than the placebo trials. So you can look at the tummy. And statistically, it was significantly different. When we compare the blood lactic response, because we're interested to know with the injections of the sodium bicarb, whether it affects or it lowers down the lactic levels during the recovery period. So compared to the placebo trials, there was a significant increase of the 53% in the blood lactic level in the sodium bicarbs trials during the post-running. A decrease of 38% of the blood lactic level was observed in the recovery period in the sodium bicarbs trial. Although this placebo trial was able to show a recovery rate of 26%, but when compared to sodium bicarbs trial, sodium bicarb has a faster rate of recovery in just 30 minutes of recovery time. So conclusions. The present studies demonstrated that injections of this 0.3 gram of kgs of body weight of sodium bicarb 60 minutes prior to the testing improved the endurance treadmill running. And the third studies, we are interested to look into the chronic sodium bicarb. Reasons why we have looked into chronic is some of our subjects in the first or second studies complained that with the high dosage 0.3 gram of per body weight of sodium bicarbs will cause some gastric discomfort. They feel stomach ache, they feel fullness. So therefore, we decided to look into chronic effect, which means 5 days before they are given the sodium bicarbs to load, and we would like to see what are the effects. Whether we are given 5 days prior to the events, will it have a better effects on the running performance and recovery? And again, we have recruited 7 trained athletes, and they are well trained as well. Their VO2 max is 58 mils per kg of body weight. So each of the experimental trials consisted of 60 minutes of endurance run, same as the previous one. But for these studies, we instructed the subjects to run at 30 minutes of steady states, and later followed by the self-selected speed. So the subjects underwent the preliminary testing and 2 experimental trials. With the 5 days of loading, all right, sodium bicarb versus the placebo. So the sodium bicarbs with the 0.5 gram higher dosage and sodium chloride powders were encapsulated into a gelatin capsules and distribute to the subjects for the injections. And during the experimental trial, subjects were required to run. And again, we monitor the recovery period. So these are the measurements that we have taken: heart rate, VO2, RPE, okay, blood measures, urine measures. We look at the urine USG, specific gravity, pH level, and some perceptual measurements. Okay, our result shows that the distance covered by these 30 minutes of maximum distance run in sodium bicarb runs was 800 meters further than the placebo trials, and associated with a greater blood lactate level. So at the post-recovery, no differences was observed between the sodium bicarbs and placebo trials in blood lactate level. Blood lactate in the sodium bicarb trial shows that there's a large decrement from 6 to 2 compared to placebo, which is from 5 to 3. So this indicated that sodium bicarbs helps in increasing the buffering capacity and facilitates the removal of the ion hydrogens associated with lactic acids from the muscle cells into the blood. So for our conclusions of this third studies, the chronic sodium bicarb injections with the 0.5 gram per kg's body weight has the ergogenics benefits to prolong running performance and recovery in trained runners. So what is the take-home message from these 3 studies? So taking a sufficient quantity of sodium bicarb or the baking soda before the event makes the muscles and the blood less acidic during the event and can enhance the physical performance. So with the 0.2 gram per kg's body weight, 90 minutes prior to the exercise has the ergogenics benefits for the 200 meters freestyle swimming in recreational swimmers. Acute injections with the 0.3 gram 60 minutes prior to the exercise has the ergogenics for the long distance performance and recovery. And if you decided to go for chronic injections, 0.5 gram is suitable. It has the beneficial ergogenics benefits to the prolonged exercise. For this sodium bicarb, it is legal and permitted by WADA. So if let's say athlete wishes to use this substance, you should try them first in training and then use them only for short-term, high-intensity exercise with this 0.3 to 0.4. But if you are thinking to take with a higher dosage, it is recommended that you take 5 days prior and you slowly load them so that you can avoid from all those side effects like gastrointestinal upsets, as vomiting and diarrhea. So we understand that the gain in performance 1 or 2% will definitely enhance the medal prospect of athletes at the top end of the field. So I would like to thank to my co-authors or my colleagues and my postgrad students in making these 3 studies possible. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward for more research collaborations. Just for your information and to share our happiness to all of you. Our universities, Tunku Abdul Rahman Universities College will be upgraded to universities. We call it as the Tunku Abdul Rahman Universities of Management and Technology in few days' time. So this is my email address. If you have any questions or you would like to share or you would like to collaborate in any field of the in exercise, research in exercise physiology, especially in supplementations or exercise in the heat, we are welcome to have more collaborations. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's fine. You can call me Hui Yin. Yeah, you can call me Hui Yin. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. We have. I've visited your universities. I think 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and I visited your sports facility. It was amazing. It was impressive. So I think yes, we definitely can have more research collaborations. And you're all are welcome to our campus to visit us. We could have the students mobility program. Yeah, we can have. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In our faculties of applied science, Department of Sports Science, we got about 10 labs. We got 10 labs, including exercise physiology. We have something like a heat chamber. We conduct a lot of studies related to heat, thermal regulations, biomechanics lab. So yeah, we are quite established in sports science. So so we hope to have more collaborations with other universities as well. Yeah, we have tested on prolonged exercise testing in the hot conditions for our few more studies because we are still looking at the possible effects of the sodium bicarbs in our laboratories. So the current one that we have conducted is on, again, is on elite runners. And then we simulate the conditions like outdoor. So because we believe that when athletes competing, they're supposed to expose to the hot environment. So excuse me. So I put them under the 35 degrees Celsius of the climate so-called climate chamber with the injections of the sodium bicarb. So we have played around with the dosage. So we are quite sure that with the 0.3 gram per kg of body weight of the sodium bicarb is able to have these buffering effects. Because we all learned when we are running at high intensity, I think for the past, people thought that marathons runners, triathletes, they are running because of the long durations, the intensity is not high. But in fact, if you look at the top marathons runners that completed the marathons by 2 hours, their running speed is actually at 22 or 23 kilometers per hour. It's just like cycling. So the intensity is actually very high. So therefore, we strongly believe that with when you're elite, if you are elite, all right, and you are running at the higher intensity, high pace, your lactic level will be high. So how to overcome this problem? So we need a buffering agents to lower down your lactic, so-called to increase the pH level. We don't want our muscles to be too acidic. As we learned, if muscles environment is too acidic, it will inhibit the chemical reactions in your enzymes. And with the pathway, the glycolytic pathway to generate all the ATP's energies in our bodies, the enzymes, they got to work in the so-called optimal environment. It cannot be too acidic or too alkaline. So therefore, how to make sure that the enzymes can work optimally, so at the same time, they enables your body to produce sufficient of ATP or energy during the exercise. So we need this buffering agent. So we notice that this sodium bicarbs, it has the beneficial effect. But the thing is, if you have tested before, or you use the baking soda to bake cake, if you have put it too much of this baking soda, the taste is not good. So for previous studies, we mix the sodium bicarbs with the flavored water, like blackcurrant, orange juice. It looked tasty. It looks like because with all the soda, with all the bubbles and with the ice, it looks tasty. But in fact, when you taste it, it is not that pleasant with the high dosage of this sodium bicarb. So later, when you look into our third studies, we actually encapsulated it. We put it into a gelatin capsule so that you just swallow it and you don't taste the so-called the unpleasant taste. So, and then we found that it actually make it better, and we can give with a higher dosage, like 0.5 gram per kg body weight, 5 days before the event. So which means they have to take in for 5 days. And when they come to the actual testing or even in the competitions, they actually can lower down. So not saying lower down, they actually can make their pH level higher, so that when it comes to the high intensity exercise, the neutralizing or the buffering effects persists. So we are still continuing to work on this sodium bicarbs with food science department. We are thinking how, besides encapsulated it, how to make it the flavor looks better, how to put it into any form of the food or drinks or change the taste. So we are still working on this part, and we are also working on the Brazilian training program, see whether with this sodium bicarb, it helps in improving or delaying fatigue during the exercise. Yeah, there are many things to do with these sodium bicarbs. And the main reasons why we think that we should go for it is because the cost of this sodium bicarb is inexpensive. it's fairly cheap. You can just get a big pack. It's just like $3. A big pack. I mean USD, $3. So and you can just mix it with the water or any flavor of the drinks, and it can help in so-called the act as the buffering agents. So yeah, so that's why we go for this repeatedly modify, try to get the optimal dosage, the optimal timing when to ingest it, so therefore it won't cause any gastro discomfort. Yeah, I hope I have answered the questions.
Yes, I'm online. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm waiting for you, Professor. I hope you always
I'm
fine.
sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So should I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I wait right now or?
Can I saw the
Picture.
Okay. The first presenter have just finished from Professor In, Professor Masrur, and then the second presenter is you, and invite you to talk about. I'm sorry, I read
Physical health. Yeah.
physical activity, exercise, fitness, and well-being. That's right. Okay. It is time for you to do presentations. The time 45 minutes for you. Okay, please.
Okay. So am I audible?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I saw you in
Can
the.
you hear?
Okay, it's okay.
Okay.
I can show
Thank you.
your PPT and your camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then, okay.
Okay,
So now
please.
the things have started. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
First of
wabarakatuh.
all, many congratulations to Sports Science faculty of UNJ for organizing such a great event and bringing together professionals and academia. And thanks to organizer for giving me an opportunity to contribute to their noble efforts to impart knowledge and experience. I suppose that this is one of the biggest, conference on this topic, because the areas which you are covering is really, commendable. I was not able to hear the first, presenter completely. So I think I was underprivileged, but definitely she has talked very much, because I heard some questions and their answers also. So greeting from my side to all of the participants and presenters also. So I'm Dr. Masroor, Professor Muhammad Masroor. I teach medicine, I treat patients, and I promote health of those who are healthy. So today probably we are all talking about the healthy people and not the sick people. First of all, I would like to start with some quotes. And the first is that physical fitness is the first prerequisite of happiness. And we all know that today, the happiness index matters a lot. And one of the country who is on the top of this happiness index is from our region. So that is a great thing for us. Now, fitness is not the destination, it is the way of life. And the third one from one of the famous politicians, that is the physical fitness is not only one of the most important keys to a healthy, way of life, but it is the basis of dynamic and creative intellectual activity. So this was the John F. Kennedy who spoke about the fitness, and I think that is very important to keep in mind. Now, at the outset, I would like to confess one thing. What I am going to talk about will be all repetition, because I know the learned speakers today and yesterday must have talked all about these which are I am covering. So, but as a part of the education, medical education, one thing is very often said that if you want to remember and you want to master, just repeat the things. So I'm going to repeat the things and not probably adding anything new to your knowledge. But suppose that when I will be repeating these things and you keep in mind, inshallah, things will be much clearer to you. And obviously, I think that they will be helpful in managing and guiding your youth, your sportsmen, and the young one who are trying to enter into this, field. No, first of all, I would like to start from the end of this topic, that is the well-being. What is well-being? And the theory of welfareism states that there are no other values besides the well-being. And the second, well-being is the only thing that has intrinsic value. So now this simply means that what we are striving for in our life is for the well-being. And you can define, you can say anything about the well-being. What can it be? So WHO defines the well-being as a resource for healthy living, positive state of health, and more than the absence of the illness, which enables to function well psychologically, physically, emotionally, and socially. So our effort should be to upgrade the well-being of our people, maybe in Pakistan, maybe in Indonesia, or anywhere. As a doctor, as a healer, I think it's a great responsibility on us to work for the well-being of our people and those who are around us. The universal interconnected elements of well-being, which are basically considered, include many, many things, but generally these are the 5 things which are considered most. One is the physical, emotional, and mental well-being, the financial, the career, the social, and the community well-being. Today, obviously, as I have been given the topic, I will be covering the first topic, that is mostly the physical well-being or the physical fitness. What is physical fitness? Physical fitness is the need of everyone, I will say, but indispensable and crucial for athletes. And it can be defined, it is defined as one's ability to execute daily activities with optimal performance, endurance, and strength, with the management of diseases, fatigue and stress, and reduce sedentary behavior. And physical activity improves physical health, psychological well-being, and performance. And physical activity protects from many chronic metabolic diseases and reduces mortality by 35%. So the physical fitness is one of the parameters for your health and for your good performance as well. What are the fitness needs? The criteria for fitness may vary as per performance requirement. And this is very important to understand. Like all the person or every person does not have to be like a bodybuilder. Every person does not need a very, very strong muscles or very strong bones. This will vary from profession to profession. For example, you take a laborer, he requires to be very hardworking, he requires to be muscular person, etc. A person who is just an office worker has to be maintaining his weight in the normal range, his BMI in the normal range, he should have got a normal blood pressure, normal thinking, and good performing ability. So if you go for a single criteria for the fitness, I think that will not be very, very correct. The best thing it would be that we, first of all, define the criteria for what we are looking at. So the fitness criteria cannot be therefore generalized. And remember that healthy outfit that looks different on everybody, that's very good saying, that healthy outfit or the outfit is just like in every person is not the same. And if you keep this point in mind as a trainer, as a teacher, I think we will not be, running after every person to develop all the same, abilities and the same, performance in every person. So a very clever teacher or the trainer would be looking for, first of all, the needs of a fitness of a person according to his requirement, performance area, and accordingly developing these, fitness criteria. But for working purposes, some common attributes can be identified as the most important need of the fitness. And these are the cardiopulmonary fitness, the muscle strength, the muscle endurance, flexibility, and body composition. And I will, in next few minutes, like to deliberate on these points a little more in detail so that the things can be clarified further. The cardiopulmonary fitness is very simple and obvious that when we start working, like we are sitting, my heart rate is from 72 to 80 beats per minute, and I'm pushing blood to my all the tissues, whether I'm sitting, the brain is getting the normal oxygen, I'm lying, the lower body is getting the normal oxygen. And as much I require, I can inhale the oxygen and absorb the oxygen in my lung and distribute throughout the body. So this cardiopulmonary fitness is achieved through exercise. And what it will be leading to, like from a normal person, where it will be going to and taking the person to what side. Now, first of all, the increased cardiac output per beat increases. And hence the increased tissue perfusion, obviously it is the outcome that a normal person who is not doing exercise and his cardiac output will not be as much as a person who is exercising and developing his muscles and heart for that purpose. And with the exercise, muscles of the heart get some hypertrophy. Now, there is a difference between the hypertrophy and a dilatation of the heart. A dilatation of the heart alone is a disease. Sometimes hypertrophy can also be a disease, like in persons who are suffering from blood pressure or hypertension. But this hypertrophy is required. Like the muscles of the body get hypertrophied, the cardiac muscles also get hypertrophied, and they add to the good performance of the person. Similarly, increased ventricular chamber size will also occur. In other way, it can be a disease, like a dilated heart, and when the ventricular chamber size increases, obviously, the blood volume which can be accommodated will also increase. Now, what is the outcome of all these? There is when the cardiac muscle become more efficient, they can push the blood out very efficiently. There is an increased oxygen exchange within the lungs and tissues, because whatever the heart is pushing up and pushing out, it is going into the lung and getting the oxygenation and oxygen exchange in the lung. So the exercise does not only improve the cardiac function, but that improves the pulmonary function, the lung functions as well. But what can interfere at this side is the bad habits. Like everyone knows, the smoking, the air pollution, working on those areas where there is so much smoke, etc. Obviously, the lungs can become diseased and the efficiency of the lungs can go down. So it's very important that if an athlete, or for that matter, a normal person also, has got to work properly, his cardiac function and respiratory function need to be up to the mark. And that should be given the most priority, and therefore every person who is, especially the athletes or the sportsmen who are trying to enter that field, they have to be very, very careful and avoid the bad habits of smoking and doing the same thing. Now, the aerobic exercises which can help to achieve this goal will include very simple and very pleasant, activities like swimming, cycling, and brisk walking, then rowing and jogging, etc. So they are not very, hectic exercises, and with a simple effort, this can add to the, performance of the heart and the lungs also. Now, the second thing is the muscle strength. Obviously, that is the most important part in case of the fitness and the performance as a, maybe the athlete or the sportsman. What's the strength basically? You know that the muscles are composed of fibers, two types of fibers, the long fibers and the short fibers. And the long fiber and short fiber both have got one contractile element known as the myosin and the actin. When they contract on our will or on our effort or from a signal from the brain, they create a contracted muscle, and this produces an strength. So you can define the strength that it is the contraction of the muscle component, myosin and actin, which give muscle its strength. This is obviously present in all the person who have got a normal muscle, not a paralyzed muscle. So, but that can be upgraded, and that can be upgraded by exercise and etc. The muscle fiber get hypertrophied with regular exercise. This is the same thing which was happening with the heart. And remember that hypertrophy and hyperplasia or hypertrophy, they mean the same thing. And this is not the increase in number of the muscle. It's very important to understand that when one gets an exercise, the muscle becomes hypertrophied or hyperplastic or hyperplasia. So they become enlarged in size, and so in size develops so much pigment inside the muscles. Once a person stops doing the exercise, that returns back to the normal side. So it's not a permanent, thing which is going to happen, because with the exercise, the number of muscle fiber do not increase. It is only the enlargement of the muscles which become hypertrophied. So once you enter in this profession, then you will be exerting and doing exercise on the regular basis. Otherwise, your muscles are going to come to the same level, becoming, sometime atrophic also, and losing the weight and losing the strength also. Now, another thing which is important, that when you are doing an exercise, this will open new capillaries in the muscles. And once the capillaries are open, obviously, the delivery of the oxygen will be very, very important. We will see after a few slides how much the oxygen consumption in the muscles is important for a good performance. So when the muscles are hypertrophied, obviously they will need more oxygen. And when the oxygen is supplied to the maximum capacity, the muscles are more strong and strong. And but remember that there are some other factors also which will be adding to the muscle strength. And it's not that the muscle strength is maintained for a long duration when you are doing some work. There is a limit. It can be minutes, it can be, sometime 30 minutes, 1 hour, but it's not very, very long going. So one has to know how much strength he has got so that he can limit his activity to the your optimum performance status and capability of that person. The exercises which can help building muscle strength include the isometric exercises, some dynamic exercises, and isokinetic exercises. I think on this point, the experts who are the master trainer, they can guide you very much, but it's not that you start doing every exercise and everything will be helping to strengthen your muscle. It's not like that. You have to limit to these sorts of the exercises and use, all the muscle to develop the same type of the strength in the upper body, in the lower body. Not if you are supposing only jogging and running, maybe your lower limb muscle become more stronger, but it will not happen to the upper part. So it's the master trainer and the trainer of the exercise who can guide you properly, and you have to work for each and every muscle every day. The amount spent will depend on the type of the activity which you are going and preparing for that. But these are the exercises which should be utilized for developing the muscle strength. What is the muscle endurance? You are holding something and you are contracting the muscle for some time. How long it can provide this strength and maintain that posture, that contractility, is the muscle endurance. And that simply you can also define its ability to exert itself without becoming tired and without becoming fatigued, and remain active for a longer duration of time depending upon type of exercise, which can be minutes for high intensity anaerobic exercise, and can be hours for low intensity exertion. So this is the endurance which can develop, of course, with the, again, some training and some efforts for that purpose. Now there are two types of the fibers which I referred earlier. The fast fibers which contract quickly. Like supposing the weightlifting, you have got some weight and going upwards, and your muscle of the upper limb will contract and hold the thing in your hand. But this is only for the time being. Like a weightlifter lifts the weight and then drops it. So it is a short-lived activity, and these are basically most of the fast fibers which will contract quickly, and they are using the anaerobic metabolism. Remember, and therefore they can become fatigued very, very quickly. This is not aerobic metabolism, and therefore they get fatigued very, very quickly. And there are slow muscle fibers which get fatigued slowly and contribute to the endurance. And this depends on energy supply through aerobic metabolism. These are the aerobic exercise help to develop muscle endurance. So you have to learn those aerobic exercise beside the first one, which will give your muscle strength, and then you will be performing the aerobic exercises daily to maintain that activity. If you allow me, I would like to narrate one of the story which we were child and which used to be narrated by our grandmothers and my mother. There was a king who announced that he will marry his daughter to a person who will take the cow and climb the mountain. So no one came forward, but a very clever, young, enthusiastic person, he came, he bought a lamb, and this was a small, maybe 15 kg, 20 kg. He lifted it and then climbed the mountains. And he continued doing that, the same thing, and the years passed, and that became a cow. And that person still can live because he had training and he had developed gradually the muscle strength and the muscle fiber. So he was able to climb the mountain. Don't ask me what happened and whether the king fulfilled his promise or not. But this is just to tell you the lesson is that the persistence with exercise can, of course, help to develop what is not generally thought to be achievable. You can do miracle if you continue doing the same thing and go gradually and gradually. Flexibility does not add too much to your, I will say, performance, the strength and the power, but it is the requirement, a basic requirement for various reasons, like in persons who are doing gymnastic and etc. It is very, very important. And it is the range of the movement across a joint. You know that each joint has got a different directions of movement. The minimum are 2, like flexion, extension. The maximum is 6, which is at the shoulder joint and the hip joint, which can go in around 6 directions. So flexibility joint can, the flexibility will depend on health of the joint cartilage, the ligaments and the tendons. And therefore, all these things have to be kept in mind. The cartilage gets very easily destroyed by abnormal type of the activity, by the poor health of the person, and by, of course, the diseases and the falls, etc., etc. And this cartilage, if once destroyed, then of course it cannot be repaired, and the joint becomes, very, very weak. The flexibility decreases on that joint. It will be very difficult to perform the activities in those areas. The ligaments and tendons, of course, they will also contribute to the flexibility of that joint. And the flexibility can be maintained just like we have seen in the muscle strengthening exercises, dynamic stretching of joints to full range. And this should be done especially at the knee joint, the hip joint, the shoulder joint, because these are the main joints which are helping you in many types of the sports, and even, of course, in the normal type of the normal life, of course. Then static active stretching for a longer duration can be done. And then ballistic stretching in various positions and bouncing. I cannot go into much detail of these types of the exercises. You can, of course, learn from your teachers. You can go through the internet and see the what it is really basically we are talking about. Yes, body composition is very, very important, and this refers to percentage of the fat, the bones, the muscles, and water in the human body. You might be surprised that water is, I have quoted and kept water as a very important part of the body composition. Generally, body fat represents about 18 to 23% in males, general males, normal males, and it is at a lower level, that is about 7 to 16% in athletes. If go to the female side, then it is about 23 to 26% in general population, and it is lower in 15 to 20% of the athletes. Why? Because when you start doing exercises, you first of all lose more fat than the muscles. And therefore, the fatty body is not obviously very, liked also. So you start losing more fat than the muscles, and your body becomes more lean and more muscular. The exercises which are required to maintain the optimal body composition would be different for women, for men, women, and children. And it's very important to remember that the same exercises are not generally effective for all the person. You have to see what type of the body composition you will like to. Obviously, the most of the target would be for muscular body, which is strength, endurance, and flexibility. So those exercises can be accordingly chosen for these persons separately so that you can do. Muscle constitute the lean body mass and contribute maximally to performance. Remember that BMI is a measure of obesity and adiposity, and this should be looked after very, very carefully because you know that in our Asian countries, I will not describe the various ranges, but generally it should be below 24 for a healthy person and above 18 for a healthy person. So a BMI which is less than 18 and body fat which is less than 7% is associated with health risk. So do not target very low BMI and do not target a very, very low, just a lean body mass or the muscular body without fat. You should be having it. There are ways you compute the body fat content, to compute the muscular contents, and easily it can be assessed for your body as well. So your target will be to maintain a body composition for the muscles, and most of the time with the exercise, actually these will be the muscles which will be more, developing, hypertrophied, and more muscular than the fat. With exercise, the bones also become heavier because they have got more calcium turnover, and you have got a very, very a body which is very, very, compatible with your activity and performance. Now let's see what is the daily energy expenditure so that we can clarify some of our concept about the weight, etc. The energy expenditure occurs basically in two ways, you can say. The basal or the resting metabolic rate, which is the BMR, and it accounts 60 to 70%. And you all know that it is a person who remains lying still 24 hours without doing anything, just blinking and breathing and having a normal function, going to washroom, will be utilizing 60 to 70% of his energy, which amounts to about 1600 to 1800 kilocalories. Then there is a group of the non-resting energy expenditure, which is about remaining, that is 20 to 30%. This has got three components. The non-exercise thermogenesis, which is 15% the normal daily activity. You start moving, go to office, go to college, go to your shop, and then exercise activity thermogenesis, which is about 5%, and thermogenic effect of food, which is about 10%. I will talk about this concept in next slide also, because this is very important to understand the effect of the food on your body, to understand the reasons for gaining weight and losing weight with various types of the food also. So please keep in mind that the thermogenic effect of the food is about 10%. And so this is the consumption of energy which a person is doing. Now, when you go to the performance side, obviously depending on the duration, the type of the performance, the energy which is consumed will be much, much higher from this point. It can go up to 3000 kilocalories per day. And according to age and gender, like myself, I'm now older person. So the BMI will be, my BMR will be a little lower than you who are very, very active and very, very active. And similarly, the teenage girls will be requiring 1600 to 2400 calories per day, and boys will be needing a little more, 2000 and 26,000. And the adult males, I'm sorry, the lower part cannot be seen here. The adult male will be requiring a little more, about 24 to 2600, and adult female will be requiring a little less, energy expenditure. Now, this should be kept in mind because when you are calculating your calories per day, because you can maintain your normal weight, your performance, you have to look at these criteria. That first of all, take the basic requirement of the calories and add on that to maintain a normal weight, add on that to maintain a normal performance status. Oxygen consumption is another important thing which should be known to every person who is performing exercise, doing exercise for the full and maximum effects. The maximum rate at which muscles can consume oxygen during exercise is crucial in terms of muscle fatigue. Because if the oxygen rate is not enough, the muscle will become, fatigued very, very easily. At rest, the consumption of oxygen is around 35 to 40 ml per kg per minute. In males, a little less, 27 to 30 ml per kg in females at rest level in a normal, healthy individual. Then during running, this goes up to 85 ml per kg per minute in males and around 77 ml per kg per minute. So you can see that this almost doubling of the requirement of the oxygen by the muscles. And oxygen consumption by the muscle does not only, measure the muscle, health, but it also measures the fitness and efficiency of the heart and lungs and the circulatory system, because obviously if these systems are at fault and oxygen is not supplied as required, the oxygen consumption will not be as efficient as is required as indicated above. If you look at the oxygen consumption, in aerobic exercise, it is utilized, and those exercises which are, up short-lived, they are all anaerobic. So oxygen is generally not utilized in these cases because all metabolism is called as an anaerobic and by the glycolysis. And the exercise which lasts from 10 seconds to 180 seconds, 70% is anaerobic and 60% aerobic at 180 seconds. Now this aerobic performance can be increased by exercise, but anaerobic cannot be generally increased because that is much determined genetically. Now let's see what are the basic types of the exercises. As I said earlier, for the purpose of functionality, you can divide them into anaerobic exercise and aerobic exercise. And then there are subtypes. Which type of the exercise will not be using oxygen by the muscles, and only the glucose being metabolized to produce ATP by a different pathway, not by the oxidation. And the second where the oxygen will be utilized. Now, anaerobic exercise of low to high intensity results in glycolysis and production of lactic acid. And it can be done for short duration, for example, high intensity interval training. So for this purpose, who want to increase their anaerobic performance during exercise, they have to do the high intensity interval training. Now, take again the same example, the weightlifting. It's a very short-lived activity, jumping, throwing balls. It is all anaerobic exercise. And if you are doing that thing, they have to, prepare yourself for that. But as I said, that generally the exercises do not increase much the anaerobic, activity. It is generally the aerobic side which can be improved very much. And this utilizes oxygen for glucose metabolism and energy production, can be done for longer duration The examples are the high intensity continuous training, long slow distance training. Now, these are the two ways by which the aerobic exercise performance can be improved. And those sports and those performance requirements where the longer duration activities required will be done over here. So remember one thing, maybe you are thinking why we are stressing on this point, that during exercise, muscles utilize only glucose as a ready source of energy. And in the rest state, when glucose is down, then other fat-derived, packets of the energy known as the ketone bodies, they are also utilized. So that's so important, therefore, that the glucose is the source of energy. It can be utilized in two ways, aerobic ways and non-aerobic ways. If glucose is not utilized, energy packets known as the ATP, they will not be produced and the muscle will get very, very quickly fatigued in these cases. So, and same is true for the brain. Remember, for the brain also, that brain utilizes only glucose as a source of energy. And whereas the heart is using fat mostly as a source of energy. It does not mean that you start eating fat more for the heart, no. Heart has got its own way of, managing these things. And obviously, high intake of fat is not recommended for the health of the heart. It is rather the contrary. What we have been discussing, can we now come for some guidelines for the exercise? First of all, what I will stress and like to say, the pre-exercise adult screening for any risk factor, very important. One person who is a senior one, not the senior, even the middle-aged person, and who is going for routine exercises for the first time, pre-exercise screening is must, and that will be for various reasons: his blood pressure, his heart status, his lung status, his joint status, his muscle power, etc. So that the program, he is not, prevented and stopped from doing exercise, but generally it will help you to recommend the type of exercise, etc. for that person. And obviously, as I said earlier, that this I would like to stress over here for the young athlete also who are entering into the course, because I remember a few very, very unfortunate happenings in my life, and I saw one of our college student, falling dead on the ground at the end and completion of a marathon race. And probably when we, inquired and tried, then we came to know that he had got some cardiac valve problems since childhood. So it is very, very important that even those persons who are entering into, professional athletes and professional athletes, they should also have got a pre-exercise evaluation for very, very simple thing, because some diseases, they are common. Not common, they can be there in even young individual who they may not be knowing. So they are very important to be looked after. And then there should be a customized exercise program to be followed for everyone. It's not that every person starts lifting weight and every person starts, jumping, doing, no. It should be customized exercise, and exercise pyramids, they are available on the internet also. They can be used as a reference as helpful. They are very good, really. When I look at them, I always guide my patients also, go through that and stepwise. The pyramid is a stepwise upward, trend. You start from the lower side, low intensity, low speed, low volume, and then gradually, build up as you think that you will be doing good. Then goal to be achieved should be clear, like you are doing exercise for weight loss, you are doing exercise just for fitness, or you are doing for a competition, because for everything your requirement will be different. For example, what the cardiologists say, 20 minutes walk a day, 5 days a week is enough for the health of the heart. Now, this is very, very insufficient for a person who wants to go for an athlete. It is very, very less for a person who wants to lose weight. So therefore, first of all, you have to decide the goals, what you want to achieve, and accordingly you can go for further. type of the exercises. Then don't forget to monitor the progress first at 6 weeks, then every 12 weeks. Like you have got some targets in your mind, then you re-examine, you should be re-examined whether how much targets you have achieved, and don't worry if you have not achieved in 6 weeks. And then accordingly, you will be doing this exercise of your fitness evaluation and the monitoring of your goals every 12 weeks. And start slowly and build up gradually. Do not jump to the very doing. And remember, rule of 10. That is, if you have started for the first time, then 10% increase in time and volume and load of exercise every week. So that is very simple, and that is quite helpful in preventing much of the complications. As I said earlier, that it will depend on the goals, but generally when you are doing moderate exercise, it should be about 2.5 to 5 hours per week. And if you are doing vigorous exercise, it can be just 50% of that per week. So it's not 40 minutes or 20 minutes a week, per day for 5 days a week, which is required for the cardiac health. It is for a healthy person who is doing for the fitness exercises. So little more time you have to spend in these, and generally 2 days should be for muscle strengthening exercise, like you are doing just jumping and walking and etc. But for 2 days you do those exercises which have already pointed out for your muscle strengthening purposes. What factors can affect performance? During a performance, what happens? We have seen here, your heart rate will increase, your cardiac output will increase, your anxiety will increase. And when you start functioning, then your metabolism will increase, and this will produce very noxious agents sometimes. And that can affect your performance during an activity. Fatigue can occur, and muscle strength can decrease. So where the muscle strength is much required, obviously you cannot do the same thing, and therefore sometime what can happen that the failure can occur. Now these are the factors which I have shown here. They can be sometimes counterproductive and result in failure during performance. That one of is the lactate production through anaerobic exercise. So if you are not trained enough, now what is the lactic acid? Is the byproduct. Lactate is a byproduct of the glucose metabolism. That causes vasodilatation, that causes, many complications. If the level goes very high, obviously in exercise it will not go very high, but this lactate accumulates and it will cause, decompensation. Then oxygen consumption, if the person is not trained enough and his oxygen consumption is not up to the mark by the muscle, by the circulatory system, by the heart, by the lungs, the failure and the fatigue can occur during an performance. Then similarly, state of the muscles and liver glycogen is very important. As I said earlier, energy which is immediately produced and required is coming from the glucose. And glycogen is the source of the glucose in our body, mostly the muscle glycogen. When you start working, immediately the muscle glycogen is converted very easily into glucose, and the muscle will utilize that glucose. So it will depend on your nutritional status, which I will be discussing in a while in further few slides. I think still I have got some time. Yes, I have got some time. And then state of your hydration. Now it's very important, and I have included this point because that will highlight the significance of your well-hydrated state. And second, cross over using like diuretics, that those drugs which produce more urine and decrease your weight before any performance. And sometimes some people will be doing that for some benefit, but that is counterproductive. And instead of benefits, it will be resulting in very bad effects. And of course, the atmospheric temperature and humidity and the electrolyte status will also be matter. So keep in mind these things and prepare yourself accordingly so that even in normal life activity also, maintain your hydration, maintain your muscle and liver glycogen, and maintain your oxygen level supply by a good heart and good lung, and you will be successful in your life as far as the physical activity is concerned. Now, weight management is important, and all athletes are not obviously up to the mark. And the weight, maintaining weight by through the BMI, you can go for pounds per inch or the weight per inch, kg per inch, but the best would be the BMI. And look at the BMI maintained within the normal range. And this is general population. And for athlete both, it is very, very important. Now, in overweight persons, slow weight loss at half to 2 pounds per week is recommended. Why? Because slow weight loss results in more fat loss and not lean body mass. Some people are very, become motivated and say, okay, I have lost 10 kg of weight in 1 week. And some slimming clubs will also promote that concept, kg, you come and get so much loss. No, no, say no. Because what will be happening if you, increase your weight loss and do your weight loss very rapidly, your muscles become atrophic and your fat is also lost. So fat is lost, but your muscle will also get atrophic. So if you go slowly, there is no hurry in losing weight. If you have started, you will get at the target. So slow loss is very important. That will result in more fat loss. Then your lean body mass, you will remain muscular, and you will lose weight also. Then reduction, and remember another point very important about the weight loss, that reduction in calories will slow down metabolism, first of all, and prevent weight loss as resting energy expenditure account for 60 to 70% of calories, which we have seen earlier. What is mean basically? When we are sitting, about 60 to 75% of our calories we are utilizing as an energy for sustaining life. When we reduce our calories, then body learns that and slow down its metabolism also. So what will happen? That the calorie consumption at rest, that is the BMR, that will also go down. So this is the reason that sometimes you see you start, dieting. Initially your weight loss occurs, but after some time you then again you stop losing weight and you're worried why the weight loss is not happening. This is the reason that if you only depend on dieting, it will occur for some time, then you become static. But if you lose weight by exercise, then it will be static, because this will enhance both resting metabolism rate and calorie expenditure, which are both required. And this will be continuous, mechanism. It's not that after some time anything will stop. So combining the two is therefore more successful. Reduce your calories and increase your exercise. So combine together, you will get more result. Remember, I say your weight is a bank account. You add more and draw less, your account will swell up. And you do the reverse and your account will drop down. So same thing happens over here. Some people say that, okay, now I'm not eating, but I'm getting weight. It's not true. One must be eating in excess of what is required for him. So if any person is gaining weight in spite of low intake, that means intake is not really low and he has to depend on exercise and diet simultaneously. Athletes should not manage weight close to a competition or by diuretic. Now, remember this point. Like in supposing a person is going for a competition where weight is a bar, that this much weight person can, and he tries to lose weight, probably that will, enable him to participate in that by criteria, but that will also decrease the performance. So do not try to weight loss very close to the event. Yes, of course, nutrition that is important for all of what we are discussing for such long time. The common beliefs. What are the beliefs about the healthy nutrition? Generally, they are among the normal people, common people. They are very wise people, of course. That protein-rich foods. Then the best foods, the best nutrition. They have got a protein-rich food. They should consume butter, cheese, cream as much as they have. High vitamins and mineral intake, energy drinks, dry fruits, and ergogenic products by athletes, not very well known to the common people. So this is a common belief that these means good nutrition or very good nutrition for that purpose. But it's not all true. For example, there's no evidence that by research that athletes need extra vitamins and minerals if they are taking a balanced diet. Yes, of course, balanced diet is must. So should have got a diet plan and accordingly should be taking all the components of diet, which I will just point out after some slides. Then healthy food is composed of whole grains. This is the healthy food. What is the balanced diet? Is a whole grains, unsaturated fats, of course, fats, vegetables, fruits, and lean meat more than the meat which has got more fat. But if you are taking fatty meat, then of course you should reduce the fat intake from the other resources also.
Sorry, Professor.
Oh,
Your time 5 minutes more.
Okay, then I will be hurrying. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that.
So it's a balanced diet. Okay, balanced diet will provide 30 to 60% carbohydrate. This is important, so I will stress on this point, 20 to 30% fats, and remaining will be coming along with the vitamins and minerals. The calorie intake need to be tailored according to the activity, and static weight always means an optimal diet in calories. And that is the criteria you should be looking at. Weigh yourself weekly and see if you are gaining weight or losing weight. That will talk about that. Now, food energy is very important, and this I will not go much into detail so that I can save my time. Look at the third point. Fats provide 9 kilocalories, carbohydrates and protein 4 kilocalories per gram each. But what is happening? The thermogenic effect of foods are when you take protein, 20 to 30% energy is lost, and you get only 70% effect of the protein. With the carbohydrate, 5 to 10% thermogenic energy loss. You are getting 90% effect of the carbohydrate, and fat only 97%. So what is happening? What is the reason, therefore, that when you consume fat, you have got double effect on your weight gain. You consume more carbohydrate, more protein, you have got weight gain. But with the protein, less weight gain, carbohydrate, more weight gain, and with the fats, most weight gain. Okay, I will now leave these points, carbohydrates, etc. And proteins, fats, you have to consume like daily allowance of fat in diet is 20 to 35% of the recommended calories. And rest would be coming from the carbohydrate, which I said earlier. This is about fats, okay, vitamin and minerals and hydration. Just to tell you that 79% of your muscles are water, only 31% of bone is still water. So maintain your hydration properly. Ergogenic, not acid, this is the aid, I'm sorry. And I will just mention them to say no if they are not recommended by the rules of the game and by your doctor, prescribing doctor. Something like iron, mineral, vitamin, they can be useful if you are deficient in that. Otherwise, they are not going to help you out. This I will leave a sample plan for an event. I will come to the conclusion. Physical fitness and well-being go side by side in life. Plan your fitness exercise as per your needs. Know your strength, your capacity, and your weaknesses. Balanced diet and regular fitness exercises tailored to the goals are obligatory to success. Guidance from a professional will prevent risks and enhance the results. Keep in mind, success does not start in the gym. It starts in your mind. So change your mind if you are not ready for that, and then enter into that program. take-home message is motivation is what gets you started, and habit is what keeps you going. Make fitness a habit. Thank you very much for careful listening. I will be glad if you have added something to your understanding and knowledge. And if I have not been successful, then I ask you to please forgive me. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much for Professor Masrur. I know that you are very busy now, but you can join with us in this room and can share your knowledge and your experience. In your presentation, you said about physical activity, muscle endurance, flexibility, body composition, and so on and so on. Maybe we can discuss with the audience. Okay, maybe there is someone us in this room, please. Okay. Miss Dinan is from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, please.
Yeah.
Tell your name and your institution, and then who is your question for? Because in this Zoom room there are Professor In. Professor In, you still there? Professor In. And the second professor is Professor Masrur, and you can ask of them or one of them. Okay, please.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Aan, for the times. Good morning for the presenter, Mr. Prof. Masrur and Mrs. Ler Huyin. Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dinan Mitsalina. I'm from Sport Science program from Universitas Negeri Jakarta.
MashaAllah.
Okay, I want to ask with Miss Ler Huyin. Okay, Miss Ler Huyin.
Wait a moment. I call Miss Professor In. Professor In, you still there? Have you still joined with us? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you very much. You're still there. Okay, continue.
Okay, Prof. Huinler, I want to ask with you. I'm very interesting for your presentation. But I'm already know if sodium carbonate can enhance or boost the exercise and sport performance. Because I just know, but usually sodium bicarbonate just to make a cake or pastry, sodium carbonate or baking soda in Indonesia. And now you have presentation about the effect of the exercise on sport performance. I want to ask the effect of a sodium bicarbonate to the other organ in the part of body like a pancreas, kidney, or the lung. What is the effect sodium bicarbonate in the organ? Thank you for for Professor Ler Huyin.
Okay, please, Mr. Professor Yin.
Thanks for your questions. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, back to your questions. Actually, so far, from what we have read through and searched from the guideline, there actually has no impact on our internal organ because it is an edible substance, just like what you have said. We use it to bake cake, to bake for the food. So yeah, so far we would like to say there's no adverse effects on our body. But the thing is, just like what we have mentioned earlier, if the dosage is too high, probably it will cause some gastro discomfort. Like some people got the urge of going to the toilet. Some of them feel like, oh, this is like a laxative effect. So that's why we consider to use the chronic loading to help in loading this sodium bicarbs in the body to have this alkalizing effects. Yeah, thank you.
Can I also add something, Ms. Lina?
Yeah, sure, sure.
I think that's as I have rightly pointed out, a misconception that it will increase distance, probably because it contains more sodium, and second, because it has an alkalizing effect. So maybe someone has got in mind that lactic acid which is produced probably will be neutralized by bicarbonate. So it's not so. It's not so, because lactic acid is not utilized, metabolized by adding bicarbonate. It is by supplying oxygen, and that is another cycle, Krebs cycle, where lactic acid is utilized and converted by the liver into some other substance. And obviously, sodium bicarbonate contains sodium. Do not take sodium in excess. Definitely, sodium will be lost in your exercise and in sweats and etc. But that does not mean that adding. So probably this is one of the ergogenic products which is misconception and people are using. There are 94 or 100 ergogenic products which people are using with the concept that they will add to the strength or increase their performance. But rightly, I will say no to this product.
Maybe I can give further information. Just like we are trying to use these buffering agents because with the productions of lactic acids, the environmental of the muscle tissues is become acidic. So we would like to have something which can lower which can increase the alkalosis. So therefore, with the tests that we have been analyzed using the blood gas analyzers, looking at the urine, looking at the urine, we look at the urine pH, looking at the blood, we have looking the blood pH, and we notice that with this sodium bicarb, it actually increase the pH level. So of course, we did not look into the muscles biopsies. We don't know what happens to that. But so far, what we have obtained from our current studies, from urine, from the blood gas measurements, it found that it actually has some effects. So probably in our future studies, we will look into the muscles biopsies to see is there any impact on these parameters. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's clear, Ms. Dinat.
Yes, thank you very much for your answer, Professor
Okay.
Larhuyin and Prof. Masrur.
Because
Thank you from me. Good morning.
because you have to comment from the first Professor In. Terima kasih. I think you understand about bahasa. And thank you for Professor Masrur. And second question from Shala in this room. Okay, please. Your question for Mr. In or for?
For Miss Yun Huyin Ler. Professor Hun Yin Ler.
Okay.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Sheila Martabi Puzukirman from State University of Jakarta. I will ask to Miss Huyin Ler about the baking soda that described in the PowerPoint should be used for athlete is like a food or drink or from supplement. And then whether processed foods such as cake that use baking soda can also have an effect. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, a little bit difficult to call your name, Professor.
I'm sorry.
Okay, please, you can comment to that question.
Yeah, thanks for your questions. Yeah, we make it in two form. It can be either you mix with the any of the water or liquid form and just mix with the desired dosage based on the body weight. This is your first question. For the cake, I felt that we actually use very minimal amount baking soda in the cakes. So that's why you probably won't see any effects on that, except if, like what I've said, if we are working together with the food science department, thinking how to change the taste of this baking soda. Because the high dosage of baking soda actually is not so pleasant. There's some taste which is not so pleasant. So if we could modify the taste and make it as a cookies, as put it in the cake, as the like a power bar, then probably we can make it in. I mean, for the future usage. But at this moment, I think that if you mix it with the chocolate milk, you mix it with those drinks, which can cover the taste of the sodium baking soda, it should be fine. It should be fine. Otherwise, like what we have done for one of our studies, we encapsulate it. We put it into the capsule and let the athletes to swallow it. So yeah, so this is what we have done for our studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss, for your answer. Good morning.
Okay, thank you very much. I read chat that there is question from Henny. This question for Professor Masrur. What is the effect of pandemic COVID-19 to physical activity in the society, especially in your country? Please, Professor Masrur, can you answer this question?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the first part? I could not get that. What effect of what?
Effect of pandemic COVID-19 to physical activity in your country, especially in your country. Can you share your condition in your country,
Yes,
please?
you know, the COVID epidemic has taught us very many things. And most of the people, I will say, actually, we are lacking research data on that part because you asked about the country. We have to do that what effect it has brought on the weight and etc. and the habits of the people sitting at home. You know, the common people generally did not follow the instructions to stay at home. And these were the shopkeepers and those daily wage workers using mask only but not sitting at home because we were generally asked to stay at home for a short period. Lockdown was for a short period. So they continued their usual normal daily activity. Now, as for those persons who were working from home, and this continued for a period of year, there is a general observation that their weight increased, their diabetic, if they were patient, their diabetic control worsened, and those even people who were healthy, they had developed joint pain and etc. Psychological problem, yeah, they do occur, and because this was because of the financial loss and economical, problems also. But that has really affected, normal physical performance and normal physical health of people during the COVID-19. But one thing must be said, that many diseases almost disappeared. And these were, for example, besides the COVID, the diarrheal diseases and the common cold, common flu, allergic diseases, lung diseases, even the typhoid, I will say, it was seen very less often in these, timings. Similarly, malaria that declined also. So I will say that the health benefits and health disadvantages both occurred during our COVID-19 in IIT University in Pakistan.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, many questions, but because time is very limited for this program, so if not, we will send to your email maybe all of questions. Thank you very much for Professor In Chiao Xiao, Ransanen Kaosing, and then. Okay, before we finish, we will show the certificates. Okay, One more, one more. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. There is someone want to have question, please. One more, one more.
Still, we are not, free.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, good morning, my dear friend. Miss, Miss, Miss Lear, are you there?
Thank you. Not asking from me.
Bisa share screen?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Miss Lear, thank you very much. I just want to say appreciation for our cooperation, our relation. For the next couple weeks, I will fly to Malaysia. Please, I want to meet you because I want to be continue about our talking for the cooperation student and conference and so on. We have Dean of faculty, Mr. Johan Salubis. So Dean will be listening what we're gonna talking for the next couple weeks. So please, you put some time for me to make a schedule in the university.
Sure, sure. You let me know the time and date. Let's have a meeting and meet together and talk about it.
Yes, yes. Because I'm talking also with other friend at the university in UM. So probably we can have another collaboration for the next year or the next 6 months because the COVID pandemic is gone already. So and the education and the academic for the conference we have to be continue for the next future. I mean like. This is like for our university, for Universitas Negeri Jakarta, this is the first time after pandemic we're doing an international conference with a couple university also for cooperation. So we couldn't stop for this time. So we have to be continue to bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll see you in the next couple of weeks, okay? Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we finish, we will show the certificates. Can you show the certificate in PPT? This is certificate for you, Professor Yin and Professor Masrur. That is
Thank you.
for Professor Yin, and then the second for Professor Masrur. Can you show? Wait a moment. Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe we will send your certificate by email. Okay, thank you very much for this time. And then I hope we can meet again in next time in the other program. And see you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, goodbye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you to Associate Professor Dr. Lir Yin from Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, Malaysia, and also to Dr. Muhammad Masrur from Iqra University, Pakistan, as our invited guest today. And also we would like to send our warmest greetings and our warmest appreciation to our moderator for the plenary session, which is to Dr. Aan Wasan, who has led the discussion session in the plenary session 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next agenda, which is the plenary session, the 4th plenary session in this conference. In this session, we will have one invited speaker, which is Dr. Rina Ambar Dewanti from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Ika Novita Marani. And to all speakers and moderator, please be prepared because the time is yours now.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam olahraga. Selamat datang di Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan Universitas Negeri Jakarta.
Can I start it? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Salam olahraga.
Saya.
Honorable Chairman of International Conference on Sports Science, Physical Education and Health, Mrs. Dr. Eka Fitri Novitasari, MPD. Honorable Invited Speaker, Dr. Rina Ambar Dewanti, MPD.
Thank you.
Honorable all participants of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ika Novitaria Marani, the moderator of seminars today. I'm very happy to see you here and welcome all of you to this seminar. Our seminar is about exercise science, sports biomechanics, functional anatomy, health education in schools and communities, management of sports organization and sporting events, physical activity, exercise, fitness, and well-being, physical literacy and pedagogy, psychology and sociology of sports, sports medicine and health sciences, traditional games, and their role in society. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Dr. Rina Ambardewanti, MPD. Dr. Rina Ambardewanti graduated with a Bachelor of Science or Physical with Education Sport Science from Universitas Negeri Jakarta in 2000 and went to complete a Master of Science Sport Science in Universitas Negeri Jakarta in 2009 and a doctoral by research from University Education of Indonesia or UPI in 2020. She is currently working as a lecturer and worked as Director of Research, Sport and Wellness in Universitas Negeri Jakarta. She is lecturer of coaching program for undergraduate program and supervised for master degree, and she is also practitioner of strength conditioning coach at all level. She has a lot of experience in coaching teams as strength conditioning coach such as uh, Padang and then Bandung football team. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. We'll give 45 minutes for speaker to deliver the material. As long as the presenter delivers the material, participants are not allowed to interrupt. A question and answer session will be open after the two presenters have delivered their material. Now, let me to welcome the speaker, Dr. Rina Ambar Dewanti, MPD, to make her presentation. To Mrs. Rina Ambar Dewanti, MPD, please explain the material. And the time is yours. Thank you.
That. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Before I'm starting for my presentation, I just want to say thank you for all the organizer committee, the dean of the faculty, going to Professor Dr. Johan Salubis, who the dean giving us very good time for doing this conference. Thank you for the chairman, Eka, and then all the team. Thank you for Universitas Negeri Jakarta giving me opportunity as a speaker for today in the conference, Developing Literacy, Sport Science, Physical Education, and then Health, Improving Quality of Life. Thank you for the moderator, Ms. Ika Novitaria. You the one give me good introductions to the audience, yeah. So probably behind this topic or subject, some of the participant or college, you can ask for about the sport science and technology in different sport. Let's start. Oh, sorry. Okay, wait, I just want to close this. Today I'm going to talk about the technological advice in sport. Sorry, ini. Next. Ini, nextnya. It's okay. Aku nextnya mana? Ini. Ini nggak bisa. Oh, situ bawah, okay. I just want to read a little bit about my presentation. So some audience will have another question for the next 10 minutes. I'm doing some reading. Along with the times, the now technological advice have become a perfect blend with the other field. one of which is the field of sport. Of course, there's technological advice, find many combinations and bring up fresh idea in the world of sport. Technological advice in sport are able to support the hard work of athlete from the early age. Therefore, the athlete improve and to prepare for themselves early and able to face various from the competition challenge. A number competing of the technological in the field of sport are able to meet expectation of the athlete and coach in the term of the pursuing their target. So with using the technology, some athlete and coaches so easy to make a data, collecting data, to make analyze and to make evaluate they doing the training and the competition. That's make it easy because we're using the technology and efficiency time for accounting the data. Next. I just want to close this. The science include the field of sport science, support the developing of sport achievement consists of the sport medicine, sport biomechanics, sport physiology, sport pedagogy, sport psychology, sport history, and the sport philosophy. So in the sport science, we have a differences of the focus. As a coach, as a teacher, they have a special. So the difference of the scientific, which focus you are able to achieve your goal. So when you have one of the focus in specialist in the sport science, for example, specialist in the sport science, strength and conditioning. But we have to understand, but we don't have to be very expert to know about the nutrition. Yeah, we have to know, but we don't have to deeply know. Talking about the recovery and nutrition, the technology, all the tools, like using the tools, many tools, all the equipment to use collecting the data. But sometimes we have to know as understand to using for evaluate the sport. Next. The way the improvement ability of this athlete can be reached faster and more efficient, which computing technology is useful in providing information about the strength, endurance of athlete, and speed produced by athlete. The trainer will be also easily determine the best position based on analyzing that data and determining the most in fact move. So when we're using all the technology, we get the analysis, we get the data, we can get evaluate with the efficiency time. For example, we're using stopwatch for taking athlete running for 400 or 1,200 or 100 meter with using the stopwatch. Each people using the stopwatch. One person, one timer. But with the new technology, we're using one screen with the 20 people or 30 people in the one time. They run, we record, we get the data, we can analyze. That analyze is not get only the time. For example, okay, this Bobby, he's running for 100 meter. He get 10.25 seconds. But not only the time, but with the analysis with the technology, we know about the pace, we know the speed, we know the length, the stride, how many steps they can run. So the analysis is not only the time, but it's many things to analyze how their movement. So the efficiency of the technology, we can reduce with the more long time to the short time. Sporting field of sport science. In essence, scientific in the field of sport must continue to focus on improving knowledge in the world of sport to achieve the best result. Through the scientific study of the exercise, researchers continue to developing a greater understanding of how to the human body react to the motion during exercise. And all of that inspirable from the knowledge of the trainer, the facility, the infrastructure, advanced technology, supporting climate, and was a different environment. So with the different sport, we have to know and then we have to understand the knowledge, how much the trainer, how much the coaches have experience being educated or behind the formal education to be a coach for the athlete. And also we have to know what the kind of the facility, what kind of the sport, which sport we need the component, the main of the biomechanic or component of physics, which with the differences of sport. For example, every sport requiring a formal physical component but has one dominant physical component. This is a picture with, you can tell it's measurement sport, ketepatan olahraga, game sport, permainan, martial art, bela diri, and accuracy. So with different kind of sport, all the coaches, they have to know what the dominant of this sport to the focus for able to achieve the goal. All the sport, they need speed, agility, quickness, endurance, strength, flexibility. They need. That's all the physical component. But we still have one dominant in the kind of sport. This is a picture. Talking about the sport science, the picture of the people who try to run, how do they move? This is the biomechanic. How they move, they swing the hand and the leg and the neck, the head. It's all the dot. Before in the year ago, probably we're not talking about this biomechanic movement. Yes, some country, but Indonesia, very slow. This is a fact. I mean, this is real. But we're still trying to get reach to the other country, the same in the situation like this. We're starting in the sports science in Indonesia 2007, we cooperation with some country from Australia, America, and Austria. We invite all the experts to come to the Menpora, sport ministry, and then they distribute all the knowledge to some of the university, and then we understand what technological and sports science support to achieve the goal. The people with using all this technology, improving of their performance. In Rio 2016, this man is a winner of the sprinter without two legs, like Special Olympic. In the ancient Olympic, we never think about people without leg, they cannot run. But with the technology, they can run, they can compete, they can be a number, they can faster than the people have a normal leg. That's technology. This is, we call time gate. Like many sticks standing in one line. This is like when she run, every gate is accounting with the infrared. Every move is recording. Every move, one step, they have a data. So this is all the technology, but we have here in the Universitas Negeri Jakarta. But we need to expert to explain and then to practice for to be a normal, we have to do it again and again for trying that machine. I just want to talk about my research, just quick. just want to give you some exercise. Okay, I want to see this. This one. After that, can you have a sound? Wait. Bisa dengar suaranya nggak? Di mana? Oh, tunggu. Di mana? Di sini. Oh, ini. Oh. Good day, everybody. This is the woman national athlete, and this is the assistant coach, Ade. Hi, Captain is over. Today we're gonna have a try the robot in the suit with the technique, how efficient the forehand, backhand, and differences of the forehand. Bisa dengar nggak sih? The machine can use for a mix technique. Okay, I just want. The maximum speed is a 9, and also they have a level for the serve, for the higher, ya, for the ketinggian, and also for the drop the ball. Dia bisa drop the ball itu di depan, di tengah, atau paling belakang. Dan lambungan bola itu bisa paling sedang, tinggi, dan pendek. So this machine is a control for the technique. Today we're gonna try with all the girls. So this is in Universitas. This is in Universitas Negeri Jakarta. We have a robot machine for the tennis table. So all the girls they compete in the national area, so not yet international. Because this is very, I give you for simple technology we use already. The robot, they are benda mati, they cannot move. But when we push the tumble, number 1, 2, 3, 4 until 9, the robot can move as a faster or slow as what we want. Yeah, so. Okay, I want to give some, this is another technology. I'm doing some research. For example, this, the girl, this is robot. So the other girl, they put the level. Yeah, this is because the DN faculty giving me permission for doing this research. So we can compare. If with the machine 1 minute, dia dapat berapa kali pukulan. Kalau dengan orang 1 menit dapat berapa pukulan in forehand, backhand, and combination. Next lagi. Yeah. So the ball always through to the same place. Yeah, because we put some level. And kalau level 9, if we put 9, they're more faster and faster and faster. Okay, yeah, next. And also, I just want to show you, this is another my research. I'm doing research about the comparative with, I'm making the equipment, yeah, like infrared, Bluetooth, and stopwatch to measurement speed. We're using account, for example, people running for the 100 meter, 100 meter, we're using stopwatch. One with stopwatch, one with the infrared, one with the Bluetooth. The same people running for the 100 meter. So after that, we compare how much how much stopwatch get it, how much the Bluetooth get it, how much the infrared got it. With all the data, finally we found it. The faster using with the infrared, but time is not much different. For example, with the stopwatch, we got 10.10. With the Bluetooth, we get 10.09. With the infrared, we got 10.0922 or 33. But because the technology, we have to try which one better. For example, yes, of course, better the data for the faster with infrared Bluetooth. But everybody know not got everybody is not easy to get that. One is expensive. Two, where we can buy. Three, how to use. But everybody can use stopwatch. But the new technology, when we are in academic, we are in a good education, and we are a good coaches. We have to give some of the knowledge to the coaches, and then we have to giving the example, and we have to prepare, give it to them, or they have to buy it somewhere with the cheap price, so everybody know how to use, and everybody know how to efficient of the using of data. I think for me, thank you very much. That's all my presentation about the technological advice in the sports science. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause for the speaker, Mrs. Tina Ambar Dewanti MPD, for his interesting and information presentation.
Thank you, moderator.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now are the time for the question and answer session. I will open 2 question terms. Before asking, please raise your hand and state your name and institution. Okay. Floor, do you have any question for the speakers about the material? If there's any question, you can raise your hand and state your name and institution. You can chat or you can raise your hand.
Here in audience.
Okay. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Is there any question?
Excuse me.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question, please.
Okay. State your name and your institution.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Dewanti. That's a very amazing presentation, and your language is very clearly, especially for me. And the topic, I agree with your topic about the benefit of technology is for sport. And I have some little question, Dr. Dewanti. The first question is how far the technology can apply, especially for children or youth athletes. Is there any differences when it application to the athlete with high age or adolescents or senior, between junior or senior? It is first question, Dr. Dewanti.
Yeah, only first is already make me headache. Yeah.
No. Okay. This the second is not that's not question, Miss Dewanti. I just want to share a little thing that sports psychology team in ONG for years need some equipment, but until now we don't get already. Maybe you can help us. Yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, directly I answer or what another question? Maybe I ask moderator. What do you think about moderator? Can I answer or you can have asked for another question?
Maybe we can wait for another question. But if there's no question from the participant, you can answer this question. Okay, we wait for a second. Okay. there's.
Okay, maybe I better directly to answer, yeah. So maybe so I'm not forgot.
Yeah, okay,
Very
okay.
interesting, amazing question, Miss Yana. Oh my God, because you expert in the early age, so you ask me in that the question to me, so make me headache. But I try. For example, this now tahun ini, yearly ini, in the modern area, in the modern era, kids 2 years, 1 year. 9 months probably. Probably like they expert already 2 years or 3 years. What they doing? They do laptop, they do handphone. That's technology. The mother has to teach the kids how to use the tools, the equipment. That's beginning, that's the start. When we teach the kids using the laptop or using the handphone, press the button, yes, start, finish, go, yes, go, beautiful, amazing. That's the knowledge. What we call like, which educate, where is the education, where is the thing to make kids education? Mom or dad or family, they have to introduce and find something toys using the button, which the button put some start, finish, and go, done. That's the technology. We're talking about the shape, bentuk. Yeah. So because the year like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we have to teach about the number. We have to teach about the color. We have to try to kids to read. And shape, bentuk, yeah, and then the weather. So how to teach the kids with the technology about that thing? We cannot teaching kids with the using how to run with the press the button with the stopwatch or the infrared or the Bluetooth. We cannot. But we have to teach the kids like ordinary everyday life. Yeah. So how to improve? Like today. Your kids don't know this color, yellow, black, or red, or green. But the way with the tools, for example, like normal, without technology, okay, this is white, this is black, yeah, this is black, this is orange. But because the kids still empty the memory, they have to think about the more easily, more remember. So the parents, they have to give something like with the technology. With the, for example, yeah, I saw sometime board, yeah, kayak board. We press the button, they come yellow. We press the button blue, the screen become blue. We press the yellow, black, the screen become black. I think that the simple thing that in using. You saw something? That the simple thing, we introduce some technology to the kids. Because we don't have expecting, yeah, we can't expecting too much to the kids, our kids 2, 3 years, 4 years, to have expectation with the bigger thing. But we have to think about the color, shape, dan thing like what I just saying. Same like we're talking about the fundamental movement. The kids on the early age, they have to move, they have to jump, they have to run, they have to kick, they have to catch. Yeah. So how? So how we teach with the technology? Easy. Yeah. For easy, we just put some mattress. Yeah. We said mattress. There is a measurement 1 centi, 5 centi, 10 centi, blah blah blah. Centimeter. Trying to introduce, we jump, like mom jumping like this. Oh yeah, we jump. Mom jump, I can get 5 meters. What about you? Thing like that. That is scientific. I think the thing is many, yeah, when we have to think about the modify about the kids because we love our kids. We want the kids like growing very fast. We want the kids know first before their friend, because like a parent little bit snobby, like yeah, my kids is better than your kids. So like a competition, how to parents to introduce to knowledge to the kids. I think That's, I think it's like a little bit clear, yeah, Miss Yana? That's your question. You're still mute.
Thank you.
Are you satisfied or not?
Satisfied. Always satisfied.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rina Ambardewanti, for the answer of the question. Is there any question from the floor? You can chat with the chat room, or you can answer.
Okay. Ready?
Is there any?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Miss Moderator is in the room.
Okay. State your name and institution.
No. Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Before I want to introduce, I'm Uzi Zatun Maslika. My friend called Uzi or Ika. Thank you for moderator, Miss Ika, and for as presenter, Mrs. Ambar Dewanti. I really appreciate the topic that's your presentation and the research. I want to ask what are the advantage and benefit of the tools you made in the research for table tennis sport? Thank you very much.
Okay, I answer, moderator.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you can answer the question until you wait.
Thank you for remind me. I mean, like the conclusion, I didn't share about that. My conclusion. We have table tennis. We have person, 2%, or 2% here, or 2% here. We have a technique. We have a forehand. We have a backhand. We have a combination between the forehand and backhand. We have smash. Yeah. So, for example, I am better player. My opponent, my friends, the other one, beginner. Not beginner, just can. But I'm expert. I want to do a forehand. This is like an example. I want to do forehand. My question back to you guys. What do you think? When I'm doing like continuing and consistent for forehand, what do you think? The other one, because they are not better than me, can do the ball coming back same what we want or not? No. Because he just beginner. So the work yang kita lakukan itu akhirnya tidak bisa continue atau konsisten seperti apa yang kita inginkan. For example, jadi saya dengan me and with him, 1 minute I only get 20 ball because the ball mati lagi, drop the ball off lagi, and try again and try again. So 1 minute I only get 20. So with the robot machine put over there, I'm here, I'm playing with the robot. I want to play forehand 1 minute. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Get 1 minute, them. I get 59. I can do the forehand 59. That's benefit. Yeah, the efficiency, the movement, the exercise. Yeah. So when we meet with a partner, that's the beginner. Me expert and I have my friend expert. A same level. 1 minute. This is my research already. 1 minute I am doing forehand. My friend, the other friend, because he's expert also, she's expert also, 1 minute doing forehand. Boom, 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 boom. The ball is not dropped. The ball is not dropped. Dum, 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 dum. 1 minute, tap. 48. So, with the walls, dengan dinding, I'm doing forehand. The distance, jaraknya, distance same like with the table and the dinding. So I put the half of table to the dinding, yeah, half or full. 1 minute with dinding, boom, boom, boom. Do you think the wall giving me the ball faster or slow?
Can the setting
slow. Dinding giving the ball me more slower than the wood. Jadi kalau saya pukul bola ini ke dinding, pang, tok, tak, tok, that's more slow. I get 45. This is the study comparative between I doing forehand with the one person to one person, I do with the wall, I do with the robot. The efficiency and benefit or the result is better with the robot. So that's the technique. I took the technique with the forehand, backhand, and combination. With the time is a 1 minute. The result is the robot giving good result, efficient, and a good hasil ya result daripada more than that the thing yang kita sebutkan tadi. That's something like that, Miss Ika.
Okay. Thanks for the explain, Ms. Ambar, and I hope this tools can market for other country, okay? Right?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, there is a question from the chat box. There's no, the question is from Henny. I will question, this technology have a power if we want playing table tennis sport. So he or she asks about, is your research the robot is it the technology using a power to do the technology?
Yeah, okay, I answer. The robot, the table tennis robot, they have a level. This is like a level in the remote control in the table. There is a level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 9. When we press the button number 1, the ball coming very slow. Very slow. Tung, down, and 2, 3. But the 9 is a faster, but the other tomball, they can giving the higher ball, short, middle, and higher. When the ball coming very fast and higher, that the machine giving the power, so the player, they have to hit very hard. For example, the move like the way they're doing the smash. We cannot doing smash with the short ball, right? But when the ball coming very fast and then doing lob like half of the circle, like doing this, so the player have to hit very strong. So that means the machine give me power, and the player, they have to work very hard to hit the ball very fast. Because the ball very hard, and then what the main, the position player, and then they think, I have to hit the ball very hard because the ball is nice, good position. Good position, that means the ball coming very fast, and then that's a good time for doing the smash. So both of them, they contribute to make a power. Also the machine, also the player. Because the ball high and fast, the player ready to hit very fast. When the ball 1 minute to doing like lop, and faster with the almost like 100 ball, so the player have to hit very fast and very hard to make a result good. So that contribution is not directly the machine giving the power, but they are giving the stimulate to the player to giving to explode their power, something like that. That's my experience actually. So I don't know if people have another idea for that. My question, my answer. Thank you. Siapa tadi yang tanya? Tadi nggak introduce.
Thank you for your questions. Here's I have another question from the chat box. It's the question from Adi. The question is your device is designed just with edge or height?
Sorry, say again?
Is your device, I mean the robot,
yeah,
is designed adjust with age or height, tinggi badan,
Oh,
or
okay.
age?
Yeah. Good question. Thank you. This robot, they have a sensor. For example, it's standing like this, like kamera di depan. They have leg, ya kaki, they can put in the higher and then short. So when the ball like this is like a mulutnya dia ni, like a mouth. They were throwing the ball, buah, buah, buah. So this one can be adjust this. Can slow, can high, can left, can right. So the other, the other tombol, yeah, the other screw, they can move. Okay, we're doing the forehand only. So the camera, the mouth, like apa tuh namanya tuh? Mulutnya itu ya, mouth of the machine itu always in the right. And then if you're short, my question back. All the table tennis pasti kids aja sudah tingginya melebihi dari meja. The huggers is more than the table. So if kids cannot playing under the bawah meja, ya they cannot playing the table tennis. So the table tennis player have to be in the, you can see the table, right? So the stick can adjust it. If you want to higher, you can get higher. If you want to get the lower, it's lower. You can move in the right only for the forehand. You can move in left for the backhand. And then they can move like this. Forehand, backhand with the speed. Differences of speed, what we want. That's it.
Thank you for the answer, Mrs. Rina Ambardewanti. Is there any question?
I think we have this in chat. Oh, Miss Eka, she asked about with your design developing from the previous model of design. Model sebelumnya. Yeah, actually, I didn't make a model of the machine. The machine already there. But the machine never been researched. So the machine is broken before. I'm telling the story. The machine is been like 12 years sitting in Universitas Negeri Jakarta, sit on the corner, nothing people care about that. So I was watching because I like playing tennis, I like playing table tennis, I like badminton. I can see what kind of that machine sitting in the corner like that and then nobody touch. So I will check. Oh, that the machine very expensive. That machine is $3,000 US. In rupiah 30 juta. So how people don't know this is machine very good for a beginner, for the people training without friends. So I fix up the machine. I'm doing some research. So actually machine is already there. I'm not making machine. Machine is already there. But when Mr. Professor Ramdan, he the one make a machine for table tennis robot. Very simple. Maybe maybe if I put this video, because maybe it's better to compare the real machine with the people who make like a robot machine manual, not manual, but with the blender. Tahu kan blender buat buah tuh. Nah, that the machine-nya from blender, dia bisa move ke kiri ke kanan. That modifikasi. So for previous model, I didn't make it, but I'm doing the research only. Something like that, Miss Eka. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any question? Oh, SK. Is there any question?
Oh, they have a question here in the floor.
Okay. Mention your name and your institution.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Ika. My name is Rizka Anthony. I have a question to Miss Rina Ambar. You have a good machine. I want to ask, how many level of failure of the table tennis machine? Thank you.
Wow, this is people have a question, very scientific question. I like it, and then that's mean I explain something, and you guys understand. The failure, kesalahan, yeah. How much? Failure. Yes, of course, we do, we have. This is my experience. I put 1 minute. Yeah, the 1 minute I try to make 3 times, 4 times, again and again. Why? Because this machine stuck. The ball is diem aja, quiet there. They cannot like buah, 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 buah. Just quiet here. And then I have to, okay, there is a ball stuck in there, in the roll. That's the failure, yeah. So sometimes, after the ball stuck, we have to do again and repeat. Okay, start again 1 minute. That's a value, 1. And second, the ball coming not one by one. Suddenly the ball coming two broom, yeah. Sometimes one, boost, boom, boom, continue, consistent, very good, very good, very good. When the 45 minutes, 45 seconds, the ball is boom, two, something like that. But I don't know because that machine is old. I don't know the machine is not new because that the value, the failure, ya, the kesalahan-kesalahan yang dibuat mesin untuk kita mengambil data. We want to take a data, but some value coming. That's it. And also another veil is the people who accounting. Yeah, when they are accounting like 1 minute, 1, 2, 3, and they're talking with his friend, and they lose the account. Yeah, because he already get 45, and finally, like the people, the other friends call, "Hey, bro, where are you doing?" They lose the account. So actually, kalau if we have to put the racket or the table, what we call racket, yeah, racket table tennis, they have put like stopwatch every move. Maybe the accounting like have a click from pergi haji tu, maybe manual. We cannot have a value, but people who account. They make a value, they make a mistake about that. So, of course, all kind of the technology, there is a value because we have to try again and try again and try again until the validity of the data is same what we got, what we want. For example, normally he run like a 100 meter, 10 second in 10.20. Why today 10.20? He is a problem with the run? No, he's not a problem with the run because the timer is wrong. Really, the time is wrong. Okay, we try. Something like that. So the machine or technology, they are not always giving a good result. They are not. So don't trust with the machine because their machine is dead machine, like benda mati. But we have to we have to take the data, analyze, we have to evaluate. So that means we have to get the good result. Oh, this is valid because what we want, we got it. Something like that. Miss Rizka, thank you.
Okay, I get it. Thank you, Miss Ambar.
You're welcome, dear. I think time is over, yeah? It's too much question. I'm thirsty already. No,
You can drink.
You want to see?
No, giving the drink.
Okay.
Oh.
Mr. Tirto Arprianto, my boss. My boss want to have another question. Don't giving me a difficult question, bro. Very difficult. Don't give me. Where's Mr. Aryati? I didn't see Mr. Aryati here. See the one giving me very difficult question sometimes.
Masuk TP, udah dibayar. Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
English ya? Oke. Good day, Miss Ambar.
Good day, mate.
Miss Moderator, Ibu Ika. Today we have a good presentation with the test and measurement, I think, yeah, because it's part of my field. So I want to just share this. You thought about this machine is old, yeah.
Yes.
I think you did the research by the old machine.
Yes.
You said about the failure and the other things.
Yes.
I think you have to make sure that your research is for the make machine valid, or you just collecting the data. That's you have to make sure with that. I think this is a good trying, yeah. You try very hard with the old machine and
Yes.
wants to become this machine useful.
Useful,
Yeah.
yes.
So that why I have to make sure that your research is good for this machine and good for the
very good.
continuing the
Research.
Result of the data.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tirto. Very good reminder me. Thank you very much. I mean, like, yes, that machine is old. The machine is not, let's mean like it's not giving the good result. So probably next, yes, I'm talking with Mr. Iwan Hermawan yesterday. Me and him, we will buy some technology machine to make our university lecture research with our machine. This is our promise for the next year, inshallah. Even I want to resign next week, inshallah. So I want to put giving some machine in the university, in the FIC, especially in FIC. So maybe some of the sports scientific really in the coaching department or the ilmu keolahragaan, if they want to measure, so please using our machine next year, inshallah. So yes, Mr. Tito, you're right. The old machine probably, it's not probably, it must be different with the new machine. The way they throw the ball, the way the speed. Yeah, jadi so thank you very much to remind me. But this is the first experience me for the next year. So if we have a new, machine, it must be very different. Yeah, Mr. Tirto, it must be very different, the result. Maybe much better because it's not much value. So thank you for reminding me. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I think there still have
Mr. Bambang.
5 or 10 minutes left.
I think Mr. Bambang Sujono. Yeah, Mr. Bambang Sujono, he want to ask about the question, some question, please. The floor is.
Okay, you hear my voice?
Yes,
Ibu Ika?
Yeah, we have here.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
You know that I am from Anta Berantah.
No, you are not Anta Berantah. You are my boss.
Okay. The first that we have to understand that we can deny the advancement of the technology. You know, kita tidak bisa menolak kemajuan teknologi ya. But how sophisticated the equipment is just a tool. Just can help us easier, more effective, more efficient, something like that. So, you know, all the equipment cannot be used for all the purpose, all of the goal. You know, like the robot. If you to train the athlete to build the consistency of footwork, of stroke, backhand stroke, yeah, and something like that, they cannot use all of the equipment for all the purpose, you know, just for the certain, you know, just for certain goal. Especially, for example, that for the game sport, like badminton, tennis, and so on, cannot use all of the situation that can be built of the ability of the athlete only just for consistency, something like that. So I just want to suggest to you that in the end of your paper, just give it suggestion that all the equipment cannot be used for all the purpose of the goal, something, because just for the certain, especially it's for game sport, something like that. So the people can not confuse, but if read our paper is confused. All the equipment, all the changi equipment can be used for all the sport or for all the something. I just give you suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms. Amber.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bambang, my senior. He's the sports science department also. He understands about what we're talking about. Yes, of course, the robot machine, all the robot machine, different kind of the robot machine, the badminton, the takraw, Mr. Tirto giving, using the machine with the throwing smash or smash, throwing, throwing ball, only throwing ball, ya. Yeah? The throwing ball. Jadi the robot itu, we cannot use it for the apa we call professional athlete level, but the efficiency time, the training method, so better when using the learning ya. Jadi untuk pembelajaran, learning for beginner, for efficiency time. So when we do I understand, Mr. Bambang, what you said, like I have to put in conclusion, with all the robot machine we can put some the expert or the expectation with the number of validity of the number what we got, but the machine can give you efficiency time for the training for the beginner or for the middle player. So thank you for your advice. We didn't put. I didn't put that the mention about the robot machine is perfect to get the result. No, it's not. But the same, like our university is not only for, we have a machine for throwing the ball for table tennis, but in the takraw we have, for volleyball we have, the badminton going to. So all the ball, like with the speed and level, they're throwing the ball because good for the drill, yeah, for that stroke tadi yang Mr. Bambang saying, like a good stroke for training, and not really good good result for the expert or the good player playing with the machine robot. Thank you. Hello, speaker. I would like to ask from Vicky. Hello, speaker. I would like to ask your question. Can you explain about the role of the technology according to the state in the long-term development? Oh my God. I think, whose question is? Whose question is? Can you explain about the role of the technology accordance to the state in LD? Accordance, itu accordancy atau accordance what sih? I don't understand accordance. According to the state in LD. We're talking about, yeah, okay. Wait ya, pending dulu. Next question, Mr. Ilham, please.
Sorry, the sound is not clear.
Ini mixnya.
Check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Bu Ika, and I want to ask to Ms. Ambar. As we know, Ms. Ambar is a role model for us, for young lecturer in Faculty of Sports Science, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Can you give me some tips for us as a young lecturer to become the lecturer, how to be a lecturer up to date with the sports science technology, and then to up to date with the new research in sports science? Can you give me several tips for us so we can grow up together as to build our faculty? Thank you, Miss.
From my bottom of my heart, I would like to help you, Ilham, because all the senior here, they have to regeneration for the young lecturer, the young generation to build better than us. The question is very put in my heart, yeah, Ilham. Mr. Iwan, me and other lecturer who always training, coaching on the field and giving some result for Indonesia, for province, from the city, because they have experience. Why they have experience? Because we are study. Like today after my conference, I have to go to Ikatan Dokter di Indonesia. Saya harus ikut seminar lagi di Shangri-La for 2 days, Saturday, Sunday. So we never stop learning. We have to go trying and trying. We have to get, it's not only about certificate, one more time. Not only license, not only certificate, but when you get the knowledge, you have to improve, you have to try your knowledge to the field. Without value, we never be a success. Without the hinaan, cacian, we are never be success. So you have to be strong in your mind, strong in your heart, and strong in your body to make you achieve your goal. How to be a sports scientific in the practical field? You have to be cooperation with the senior. You have to be a cooperation with the people who has expert. Don't think about how much you get the money, how much you get the pay, how much I take time to do work with them. No, never. But the way you together with the senior who work with the field, with in the international or the expert, that's your good value, that's a treasure. The treasure is like a warisan, like harta yang tidak bisa dikeluarkan. When the senior asks you to go together, let's go, we work for this thing. Okay, let's go. That the time you have improved your knowledge to achieve your goal. To be a scientific, you have to read. You go to other field. You have to have a friend. You have to watch. You have to recording. You have to analyze. Sebelum bekerja, you have to watch. You have, why they move? Like the Thai boxing, like they move like why Muay Thai, they kick with this. What the power they're using, how to improve the power. So we never think about that. When we watching the movie, and watching movie in theater, why they bisa muter-muter, they turn and kick. How? Before we go on the field, we have to think, we have to learn. Yeah. For example, I study in Australia, in Europa, in Sydney, in America, in other country. I watch people. I watch like why people they doing like that. How? Kenapa kok bisa ya? Kenapa kok bisa? Why the coach is sitting on the floor like doing like this, like that. Ngapain dia like that? So it is Indonesia. They have a coach like doing like guling-gulingan, like taking like biomechanic, doing like this. No, yeah. But the practice overseas other country, they work very hard. I know dia nggak sholat lohor, asar, maghrib, isya dia kagak. Yeah, they're not working, they're not praying like all the time like that. But when we Indonesian, yeah, we're not talking about the Muslim, but we're talking about like, oh yeah, sholat dulu okay, sholat. After sholat eat, kenyang ketiduran, terus akhirnya bangun-bangun jam 2, jam 3. We have already passed 2 hours. We're not working in the 2 hours. But when the overseas people, like on the track, record, analyze, evaluate, try again. Taking data, analyze, evaluate, try again. Dia emang nggak sholat, dia makan sandwich, ya, only drink, and they eat lagi. That's I am doing volunteer before. So when you do your doctoral program in the UPI, which is my ex-university before, they have Bapak Mr. Agus. He's the one have a very, very good experience for a scientific. Learn with him much. That's my advice. Thank you, Ilham.
Check. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Amber, for your
advice.
Awesome answer. Yeah, because it's really give us arousal and motivation to yes. Become a positive mind.
Impact.
As always. Learning and to become a strong, mentally strong heart, and then a hard worker in sports science to become a good lecturer. Thank you very much, Ms. Amber, for your answer.
You're welcome anytime, my dear. Thank you.
Thank you for the last questions, Mr. Ilham, and then thank you for the speakers for the informative and interesting presentation. Please give big applause to the speaker for her great presentation for today.
Thank you very much, moderator Miss Ika. I close with wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice day, everybody. Thank you.
Finally, we come to the end of this seminar. And before we close the seminar, there's a symbolic handover of certificate from the dean to the speaker.
Oh, I got the certificate from the dean. Thank you, Mr. Johansa, professor, going to. Mr. Professor is busy a little bit.
To the Dean. Smile, don't forget to smile. Cheese. Thank you for the Dean to already give the certificate to the speaker. And before closing the seminar, I want to make conclusion from the material that speakers already said. The conclusion is advances in sport are able to support the hard work of athletes. A number of computing technologies in the field of sports are able to meet the expectation of athletes and coaches in terms of pursuing their target. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to thank the speakers for their informative and interesting presentation and all the participants for their very active participation. Finally, applaud to the speaker and all of you. Finally, I, as moderator, resign. Hopefully, we can meet again in another seminar. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Rina Ambardewanti as our keynote, as our invited speaker in the plenary session 4. And also we would like to say thank you to our moderator in the previous session, which is Dr. Ika Novita Marani as the moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, we will start the second session of parallel presentation. To all presenters and moderator, please be prepared to join the breakout room. This session also marked as the last agenda of the event. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank you for your participation. And I, Farah Shiba Fadila, as Universitas Negeri Jakarta Student Ambassador, would like to say goodbye to Resign. Thank you so much for your active participation in the past 2 days, and see you in the next International Conference on Sports Sciences, Physical Education, and Health.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everybody. Welcome again in International Conference in Sports Science, Physical Education and Health. I am Zulham as moderator for this parallel session. Hello, Miss Ika, how are you today?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Julham.
A great job as moderator.
Thank you very much.
We have 5 to 7 presenters for this parallel session, but just 2 speakers has arrived in this room 1. Ms. Ika Novitaria representing Mr. Aris Barka, isn't right?
Yep.
And Mr. Bambang Sujono. Assalamualaikum, Pak Bambang.
Waalaikumsalam.
But I can see your picture. Can you on your camera, please?
Yeah. I'm still looking for the. There is no,
Hello, Sobia Hassan. Are you today? Are you ready to presenting your research? Hello, Sobia Hassan.
You listen me? Can you listen me?
Hello.
Can you listen me?
Yes, but I can see your picture.
Okay. Are you?
Okay, thank you.
Can you see me?
Yes, thank you. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, fine, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome to Mr. Slamet Supriyadi. As a moderator, I greeting you. Happy birthday. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala blessing you and give health. Amin.
Mr. Johan, thank you. Amin.
Yeah. Are you ready to presenting your research?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Wait for a minute to the other presenter.
Sorry, Mr. Julham, can you check the chat room?
Okay, thank you. Okay, wait a minute. I will give you for the first, Miss Ika Novitaria, but please a moment. The composition of presenters in the parallel session on the second day in room 1 is as follows. Niken Sitara Dewi, not yet in this room. Sobia Hassan, thank you. Rubao Dong, not yet. Kayun Do, not yet. Mr. Slamet Supriyadi, already. Mr. Bambang Sujono.
Yeah. I'm still, still to keep my pictures.
Okay, and the last presenter, but need to the first presenter, Ari Subarka, that will be representing by Miss Ika Novitaria. Miss Ika Novitaria, are you ready to presenting? Hello? Hello, Miss Ika. Every presenter has 5 to 7 minutes to presenting the research. Yeah. Okay, Miss Ika Novitaria, the time is yours. 5 to 7 minutes. Time is yours, please.
I share screen right now.
Yes.
Is it already been seen?
Not. Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ika Novitaria. I representative for Ari Subarka because he's in Spanyol right now. He's coaching for the WJC for badminton. So I was the member of the research for him. So I will representative the result of the research. Now I would like to present the presentation. The title is Does the physical components affect the result of badminton smash? Introduction. Badminton is one of the most prestigious sports in the world. Therefore, almost all countries are competing to learn and develop various techniques and strategies in the game of badminton. The determinant of winning or losing in badminton matches is the mastery of technique and player stamina. To be able to support the achievement of the goal of playing badminton is to master the basic techniques of playing badminton. The basic technique needed in badminton include how to hold a racket, stance, footwork, and hitting the shuttlecock. The smash is the most important hit that is done from above the head and into the opponent's defensive field, over the net, hard, and aiming to get as many points as possible and achieve victory. Smash is the main and most powerful technique to end a long rally to get points and a game. So this technique is a must-have and master. Smash is very powerful weapon to collect points in badminton match. Methodology research. The research subject respondent in this study were fikunj, badminton athletes totaling 30 people using purposive sampling technique. The research instrument is because there's 4 variable, so there's 4 instrument. Instrument of flexibility, waist flexibility was using standing stroke flexion. The coordination instrument uses a throw and catch test for the ball against the wall. The arm explosive power instrument uses the standing overhead medicine ball throw, and the instrument of smash result is to use the result of the accuracy of the smash hit. For the data analysis, that use is descriptive statistic and inferential statistic. Descriptive statistic is to determine the spread of data including the mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, while inferential statistics are statistics used to test hypotheses using the product moment formula. This is the result for the description data. Minimum you can see from the table above, so I don't have to read all the result. And this is the hypothesis test, which is the waist flexibility is 3.64 for T count, and T table is 1.7, and for coordination is the T count is 3.60 and T table is 1.7, and final is hand power, T count is 4.71 and T table is 1.7. And for the discussion, there are 3 hypotheses that we have to test. The first one is the relationship between waist flexibility and badminton smash result. Flexibility has the function of increasing sports efficiency and minimizing the risk of injury, increasing agility and speed of movement. Likewise for the badminton smash, where the smash is a key factor to win points during a badminton match and is usually done from various positions and places on the field and can be a player's superior stroke during a match because it is the most frequent hit, used and managed to get points. Badminton players use flexibility to reach quickly to cover all parts of the court. And the second, the relationship of coordination to the result of badminton smash hit. The more complex the movement performed, the greater the level of coordination required to carry out the agility. Coordination relates to other motor skills such as eye-head coordination, speed, and agility. Therefore, a badminton player who has good coordination We'll be able to coordinate the components of moving the body, muscles, tendons, joint as the main component in the badminton game, especially in performing basic smash techniques. The last is the relationship between arm muscle, explosive power, and badminton smash result. Power has many uses in activities such as running, throwing, hitting, or kicking. The motion of the object will be achieved perfectly if the person applies the maximum force with the shortest unit of time. Of course, this is very necessary when playing badminton, especially when doing a smash, where the power and speed of the badminton smash become a powerful weapon to attack, and this can be demonstrated by skilled badminton players, because the smash is a blow that is directed sharply downward toward the opponent field. The characteristics of the smash are hard, the speed of the way is fast to the court floor, so this stroke requires aspect of arm muscle power, leg muscle speed, shoulder, arms, and wrist flexibility, as well as coordination of harmonious body movement. In practice, the smash can be done in silence, standing, or while jumping. Each player must master it perfectly in order to have a weapon to kill the opponent to get the score. And the conclusion. First, there's relationship between waist flexibility and badminton smash results. The second, there is a coordination relationship with the result of badminton smash. And the last is there is relationship between arm muscle, explosive power, and badminton smash result. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ika Novitaria, for your presentation about does the physical components affect the result of badminton smashes. Okay, everybody, is there any question for the research of Ms. Ika Novitaria? Is there any question, please? Okay. Nobody will ask the Ms. Ika. So we give a big applause for Ms. Ika Novitaria. Thanks for your presentation and have a good day.
Thank you, moderator.
Okay. We will next to Ms. Sobia Hassan. Will presenting about to study and compare the level of variability in responses to endurance exercise training in untrained and trained athletes. I will give you 5 to 7 minutes and time is yours.
Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the scope of my study is the physical activity, exercise, fitness, and well-being. Today, my topic is to study and compare the level of variability in responses to endurance training in trained and untrained athletes. Okay, introduction. First of all, I want to introduce what do you mean by the endurance training. Basically, is there any type of athletic training that includes your body cardiovascular or muscular endurance? It helps to develop the body respiratory capabilities and muscular strength to sustain physical activity with low injury risk for extended period. Due to a variety of biological and metabological factors, changes in cardiorespiratory fitness in response to endurance training show considerable variation. Basically, after endurance training, the main indicator to increase, to maintain is the cardiorespiratory fitness. Due to the use of endurance training, this study revealed the baseline requirement and need of training that will have an impact on changes in variability responses. Basically, in our country, very minimum amount of training were taken. Therefore, it's a need to be aware, and it's a requirement for training for athletes. Okay, my objective is to study and compare the level of variability in responses to endurance exercise training in untrained and untrained individuals. I use the methodology of RCT. Basically, I divided my sample into three groups. Uh, this study included 70 healthy, non-smoking male and female having a mean age of 22 to 40 years from different sport complex and different type of athletic training. We applied endurance training. We divided the group into highly trained, running of 45 miles per week, moderately trained, that is a running of 10 to 30 miles per week, and untrained, engaging in no regular endurance training for any kind. 17 subjects would be tested, 5 high trained, 7 moderate trained, and 5 untrained. Each subject will perform progressive treadmill exercise with the mindful breathing, separate clinical visit spaced at least 6 days apart. The maximal treadmill exercise test with a continuous progressive protocol was to monitor motor driven treadmill, begin with a 10-minute warm up, walking at a 3.5 millimeter per hour. Running speed for the progressive test was determined by the subject's training. Treadmill incline would begin at 0% and would increase by 2.5, increase by, just wait, 2.5% every 2 minutes. Exercise continue until exhaustion. 4-minute cool down period during which a subject was at 3.5 mph on a 3% rate. Oxygen consumption, VO2 and carbon dioxide production would be monitored breath by breath using with the open circuit spirometry, which was enabled in the treadmill. Results show that the ventilatory and metabolic parameter were measured. That would be a heart rate, peak VO2 max, respiratory rate, and of course, trained athletes do not increase their heart rate as like untrained, and stroke volume as well as much increase in trained as compared to untrained, and cardiac output is much increased in trained as compared to untrained. Oxygen utilization is much increased in trained as compared to untrained. Okay, and results show in my graph what about the heart rate and cardiac output relationship when we applied the endurance training, and when we note down untrained, trained, and elite, and oxygen response of trained and untrained subjects is also shown in this graph. Exercise versus VO2 max, how much VO2 max is increased in a trained person and as well as untrained person. In conclusion, in response to endurance training, the level of a variability in highly trained athlete will show remarkable result. And this is my all presentation.
Okay, thank you for your good presentation, Ms. Sobia Hassan. Is there any question for her, please? May I ask one question to you, Ms. Sobia? Is this research new or different from previous research before, or just improve on previous research?
It's basically I'm I'm very much impressed from the previous research as well as I have done with a few athletes. I have done the research in a few athletes of marathon runners and as well as who participated in football in my country.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Is there anyone? If done, please a big applause for Miss Sabia. Okay, we will continue to the third presenter for Mr. Rubao Dong. Are you ready, Mr. Rubao Dong? Hello, Mr. Rubia Dong? I can hear your voice. Hello? I can your voice. Hello? Maybe you have some trouble of your voice. I can hear your voice.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Are you ready for presenting yours?
I'm ready.
Okay, I will give you 5 to 7 minutes to presenting. Time is yours now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now I begin to report my paper. The title is Model of Physical Activity to Promote Mental Health Adolescence based on multimedia effects of general self-efficacy and sleep duration. We are come from Greater Normal University, China. Background, many studies have shown that interaction or effects between physical activity, sleep duration, general self-efficacy, and mental health. And at present, adolescents, no PLF, physical activity level, serious psychological problem, and lack of sleep duration have had many adverse effects on the adolescents' health. So this paper aims to construct a model of adolescents' physical activity promotion, promote health, mental health, based on the status of physical activity level, mental health, and sleep duration, and general self-efficacy among adolescents in China. So we constructed such a model. We hypothesis of in this study. One, adolescents' physical activity level has a direct effect on mental health, sleep duration, and general self-efficacy. Two, sleep duration and general self-efficacy have a direct effect on adolescents' mental health. Three, adolescents' physical activity level indirectly promote mental health by general self-efficacy and sleep duration. That is, general self-efficacy and sleep duration play a mediated role between adolescents' physical activity level and cycle problem. So we used 3 scales and a self-designed questionnaire. One is mental health inventory of middle school students. The second is a physical activity question for children. And the third is general self-efficacy scales. Every scale has a good reliability and acceptable validity. Results. We found during the control and prevention of COVID-19, we found that the physical activity level of adolescents in China has improved, but very limited. And according to the MHI 60 score judgment, we found we divided the participants into healthy and unhealthy groups. And according to the students in the grade, we divided the students into junior high school students and senior high school students. We found that the average score of the sleep duration, physical activity level, and general self-efficacy and mental health. The junior high school students are higher than those of senior. The healthy students had a higher average score of sleep duration, physical activity level, and general self-efficacy. And the healthy mental health level are better than those unhealthy students. The right is the table describes statistic of the engagement and PLA. And we found that the past coefficient between physical activity level and the mental health, sleep duration, and general self-efficacy are all statistically. Each fitting index of the constructed multi-bit model meets the corresponding statistical standard, and the model fit is good. And 5 discussion. The results show that Chinese teenagers have gradually adapted to the normal control and prevention of COVID-19, and their physical activity level has gradually improved. And model testing further verified that physical activity directly promoted sleep duration, general self-efficacy, and mental health. The sleep duration and general self-efficacy directly promoted mental health. And at the same time, it also proves that sleep duration and general self-efficacy play multi-mediating role in the process of adolescence physical activity, promoting mental health. And general self-efficacy can plays mediating role in promoting health, which has been confirmed by many studies. But the sleep duration have such a role has few studies showed. And our study has enriched the research and evidence of sleep improved health. Thus, the result tells us that we should pay attention to sleep duration firstly, and not the sleep quality, when promote the mental health of teenagers. The established the model also tells people that the concept of health is a multidimensional. And in the promotion of adolescents' physical and mental health, we should take also factors that affect physical and mental health as entry in the health continuum and coordinate arrangement, especially the factors that could play an immediate role. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Rubaudong. You takes almost 7 minutes. Okay, everybody, is there any question to Mr. Rubaudong? Please. Can I ask you one question, Mr. Rubaudong?
Yes, please.
What kind of newness is offered in this research of physical activity model for adults?
When I review some studies, we find most studies often use research the sleep quality on the psychological problem. But when we speak sleepers problem, we should provide enough sleep duration, and then we can say sleep quality. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Rubaudong. Please get close to him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We'll continue to the fourth presenter, Kayun Dao. Are you here, Kayun Dao? No.
Miss Kayun Dao is busy with other affairs. He asked me to read the purpose and pom-pom instead of.
So you will representing him?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I will give you 5 minutes again to presenting
thank you.
Kayun Dao. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning. Miss Kayun Dao, the title is Validation and Reliability of the Questionnaire Assessing Schools' Physical Activity Environment among Chinese adolescents. Background, adolescents spend most of their daily lives in school. Schools are considered the important places to promote physical activity in children and adolescents. Therefore, understanding the requirements of adolescents for the physical activity environment on campus plays an important role in increasing the physical activity level of adolescents. The questionnaire assessing school physical activity environment has been validated by Martin et al., but validating is questionable. In the development and testing of SPSCE, the survey sample was mainly based on junior high school students, that's from 6th to 8th grade students. And the test was included, did not include senior high school students. Therefore, it has important theoretical, significant, and practical value to test the reliability and validity of the QS test among Chinese junior high school students, and especially expand the age range of Q space to the senior high school students. So we conduct this investigation. The method participants we have junior high school students 234, and the age 30.6 at senior high school students 237 from 10 to 12th grade. Age 16.49, yes. and totally 471 and 71 participants in the study. Results, because we also want to know the QSpace is applicable to senior high school students. So the CFI of the Chinese version of QSpace consists of 3 samples and participants in different ages, namely to high school students, highly senior high school students, and totally samples. As far as the results of confirmatory factor analysis are concerned, the fit index of the total sample model is highest, and the model fit index of senior high school students is the lowest. The table shows the fit index of the QSpace of different samples. We can find the total sample. The fixed index are highest, and the senior high school students is the lowest. Some index is low, and the CFI of the scale is lower than 90 in the previous version. This is the CFI of QSpace for different participants. I know among these, we deleted some items according to the MI, and the find the latent variable of the QSpace explains the various more concentrated. And the reliability we selected internal social environment size maker. And this is physical environment subscale. Test-retest reliability, the result is high. Discussion. Compared to the original wish and related validation studies, the translated QSpace is not only applicable to the age groups of junior high school students, but also to the age group of senior high school students. The scope of application of QSpace has been expanded. The model fit index of the QSpace is different. It may be related to the different sample size. Also, the sample size of each model is more than 10 times of the questionnaire items. In addition, the result may also due to the fact that the expression of some items in QSpace are different from the cultural expression of Chinese teenagers. In conclusion, the translated Chinese version of the QSpace has high reliability and good validity, and can be used in adolescents aged 18 and below. However, it still needs to be expressed according to Chinese school physical activity, culture, and language. It is customary to improve the expression of some of the items so as to be more conducive to Chinese teenagers, according to a clarity understanding of the items. And that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Rubao Dong, representing Kayun Dao. The topic about validity and reliability of the school physical activity environment questionnaire among Chinese adolescents. It's interesting research. Okay, everybody, is there any question to Mr. Rubao Dong about the topic, please? Mr. Rubao Dong, if we are in
Okay.
Indonesia, use your instrument to research the same one, it's mean we'll get the same result or different?
Um, because language culture difference, some scale before used, we must to verify this validity and the reliability. Thus, we want to verify the QXS because we usually use the physical exercise and not the physical activity in our country. So we wanted to explain the physical activity in school.
Or it's mean we can make comparative research between China and Indonesia about physical activity adolescence. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
thank you.
We big applause to Mr. Rubelda.
Thank you, Professor everyone.
Okay, thank you. So we will continue for the next presenter. Come to Mr. Slamet Sukriyadi. Has birthday yesterday. The topic, Mr. Slamet, is about analysis of physical fitness profile athletes intellectual disability, Special Olympic Indonesia or SOINA after the COVID-19 pandemic. Time is yours, Mr. Slamet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julham. I want to share my research. Good morning, Mr. Julham and everyone.
Morning, Mr. Slamet.
My name is Slamet Supriyadi. Allow me to introduce my team in my research is Mr. Yasep Satya Karnawijaya, Mr. James Tangkudung, Mr. Firman Syahris, Mr. Mustara, Mr. Muhammad Arif, Mr. Bajuri Padilla Amin, Mr. Diki Reva Piana Sangadewi, Mr. Nur Fitranto, and then Mr. Iwan Setiawan. This is
so many person, yeah, in your research.
Yes, very many person.
but my name isn't there.
Yes, sorry. Yes, my research is analysis of physical fitness profile athlete intellectual disability Special Olympics Indonesia after the COVID-19 pandemic. There is my abstract. Maybe we can read my abstract because the is a very important. The expert is the Special Olympic is the organization in Indonesia for the special need to athlete disability intellectual in Indonesia, accredited by Special Olympic International, and we want to analyze for the SWOT analysis. It is about the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat to the fitness profile. Because we have the 2 years we have COVID-19, and they are maybe in 2022 to start off the training again, in exercise again, face to face in the field. We want to know about the physical fitness now. Introduction: the intellectual disability is conduction characterized by intellectual limitation, adaptive behavior, and social limitation that appear before the age of 80 years. The cause of intellectual disability are divided into two, namely internal and external. Internal is the heredity biological factor and chromosomal disorder, genetic disorder, and external is the include maternal malnutrition and every uh, to during the brain damage, premature birth, or low birth rate is every to the intellectual disability. All the factors that cause intellectual disability are the physiological and social factor, namely a non-conduct environment that can affect intelligence, and poor environment, low family social status, poor environment, and lack stimulation and relationship with the children intellectual development. The physical fitness is one the most important asset that a person with must have. The statement about the show that physical fitness is very important for everyone to carry out daily activity. Physical fitness is the ability to the physical work at the certain level without exceed fatigue. This component is one is strength, endurance, explosive power, flexibility, speed, agility, coordination, balance, accuracy, and reaction time. And then Special Olympics is global movement that empower people with intellectual disability through training and sport competition. Special Olympics because especially has been recognized for the International Olympic. And this in 2022 in Aegis, Special Olympics DKI Jakarta have carry out various training activity with the aim of maintaining health, improving physical fitness, and improving sport skill. The SOINA, we can call the SOINA if the Special Olympics Indonesia is training activities are the regularly every Saturday morning 6 to 8 at the Romangun Youth Athletic Stadium East Jakarta. We have a method. This is material is the Physiology Laboratory Universitas Negeri Jakarta, so as using dynamometer for the strength and the VO2 max for the test using the Harvard method. This test use a calculation analysis for athlete intellectual disability. The population is the all athlete intellectual disability for Special Olympic DKI Jakarta. The sampling is purposive sampling. We have 30 male athlete and 30 female athlete, and the following criteria. One is son and daughter, and then male intellectual disability, 3 ranks of 17 to 50 years old, and have a practice face-to-face in the field at least 8 weeks in 2022. There is a collecting data is the technique in this study was to perform physical addition ability test. This test was conducted at athletes with intellectual disability who are sampled in this study, namely test the measurement anthropometry and body mass index and biomotor test. One is speed, arm muscle strength, limb muscle strength, abdominal muscle endurance, and then arm muscle endurance, aerobic endurance. The material, the measurement is the physical laboratory at the Universitas Negeri Jakarta, so as using example of dynamometer for the strength test and the VO2 max test using the record test.
1 minute. 1 minute
Okay.
more.
Furthermore, analysis on the next athlete most training for research to COVID pandemic. So analysis what carry out the testing strength, weakness, opportunity, threat risk. Sorry, we have this is my result. The result of analysis of the data about the most China athlete experience decrease in fitness reduction in physical fitness test to the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic with requiring training at home with minimal supervision for training technique and training program that are not according with the coach direction because the athlete only see virtual at Zoom meeting. This the analysis was what? Sorry, 1 minute again. The strength from the athlete fitness program with control every 3 months low coach performance and the fitness indicator from several test instruments that take place in the laboratory. And then the weakness of this method is that some athletes do not fully follow in the instruction the coach properly. The result of this biomotor test must be repeated. This can fully be done optimally considering to condition athlete to wear decision after thing, namely the role of parent, volunteer, and coach who are less support will affect the child test because parent, volunteer, and coach must always accompany the athlete during training and test. Opportunity In this case, there is a very large opportunity obtained by the analysis with a period of 30 months. It will allow increased athlete performance as well. Train athlete physical fitness component that will locking the can produce get previous targeted achievement. And then last, the treat, the biggest treat in the test and exercise carried out by Soina athlete is the role parents or coach or volunteer in the guiding and controlling athlete with absolutely effect fitness condition. In the role of parent or coach is not longer a sport team in this program, it will have an impact to athlete being lazy to exercise. So I can treat and middle a match that have been determined by the coach. It is the analysis for the SWOT and then question from several physical fitness tests of soil athletes that have been carried out, the following conclusion can be drawn. One, the condition of athlete has been decreased both in terms of fitness and strength. This is due to several factors such as infrequent exercise to COVID-19 pandemic that took place in Indonesia, which affected the athlete condition. Two, the role of parent is guiding their children to keep training and helping coach improve performance is very influenced by physical and mental conditioning. Three, this SWOT analysis is expected to the help the coach training program to continue to improve the athlete technique and physically and mental competition after the process in career bus physical fitness. There is my end. Thank you very much for your attention. And very grateful the organizer of the International Conference and Sports Science Physical Activity. Thank you, Mr. Julham. I'm sorry.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for your interesting and informative presenting, yeah, Mr. Slamet Supriyadi, but you take almost 10 minutes.
sorry.
Can I ask you one question? The conclusion of profile physical fitness of Soina athlete is excellent, good, or not good?
The conclusion, if you know, in Indonesia and others in the world, we have a pandemic of in 2 years, and we have a problem to exercise. We have exercise at home, and the conclusion, the result of this my research is the very poor in this because we have not activity in the field because the athlete is very happy if they are to exercise in the field, meet to the coach, meet to the area, meet the social, meet the everyone. If they are the exercise in the home or Zoom meeting, you don't have any activity. Is the considered is result of the is a poor, very poor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Slamet Sukriyadi. Is there any question to Mr. Slamet Sukriyadi, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, Sela.
Wah, ini mah.
Okay, thank you.
Can we show your face?
Can I show your face, Mr. Sela?
I can't. I'm not in the good condition. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's to the
my
point.
question is, what do you think when you teach normal people and the disabled people? Is there any challenges that you face on during your athlete? That's the first question. And then the second question is how do you improve their physical fitness during your treatment?
Okay, thank you, Sela, for your good question. Yeah, so very interesting, yeah, the question to Mr. Slamet Sukriyadi. Please answer the question.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you for your question. Question number one. We have a different situation if I training with the normally athlete and the disabilities athlete, but we have the method for the AR. If you want to heart, if you want to ikhlas for the exercise, you have the everything if you want. If you meet the athlete abilities, you want to same a frequency, same up heart. If you same the frequency in the field, you can trust they are the transfer for you, and is everything is okay. If you want to, if I the training for the normally athlete, we can get the different method. Every difficult and everything is very difficult for the because we have they are the thinking about thinking, they are the have uh, perasaan yang berbeda gitu ya, dengan they are the and maybe question number 2, if I the physical fitness, we have 3 time exercise. Maybe in the weeks, yeah, we can 3 time exercise in the week. Or if you want to high level, you can get the exercise is every week, every day. But you have standard in the exercise. Maybe you can go heart rate maximal 2022 for your heart rate maximal and your age, because you must be hitung for the your heart rate. Maybe you can get maybe 3 time in weeks and in the weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slamet Skriadi, for your answer, and thanks for Miss Sela, for your question. If no other question, we will continue to the last presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Slamet, and happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, my friends.
Banyak fansnya ya. Mr. Sukriadi, selamat. You are the blessed people ya. So many fans.
This is my best friend. Thank you. Thank you.
Luar biasa ya. So awesome ya. You have so many fans. Okay. We will continue the last presenter to Mr. Bambang Sugiono. Pak Bambang, are you there? Sela, Mr. Bambang is not in this room anymore ya, Sela. Okay, we have no presenter anymore, so it's mean the paralyzation of this room 1. Oh, okay. Mr. Bambang Sugiono, are you ready to presenting yours? Hello?
I'm ready.
Okay. I will give you 5 to 7 minutes to presenting your research, Mr. Bambang.
Maybe just 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Julham. I will scale screen first, yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here in the very wonderful day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Salam
wabarakatuh.
sejahtera untuk kita semua. My name is Bambang Sugiono. I am lecturer from Faculty of Sport Science, Jakarta State University. Well, I do not want to take too much the time, but so please allow me to start presenting my result of the result of my research. Focus my study is on developing the power of the leg muscle with the leg press exercise form by using the leg press exercise tool that was developed. What developed? Apa yang dikembangkan? That is machine leg press by changing the loading instead of an iron plate and replacing by the rubber. So the form of iron plate change replacing by the rubber. What is the difference and what the benefit? In principle, the difference between the leg press exercise tool with the weight of the iron plate and using rubber is a leg press using tool with an iron plate. The training load move vertically in line with the direction of the gravitation. Just up and down, up and down. While the exercise equipment with rubber weight, the training load move horizontally in line with the leg movement. Just forward and backward, the movement. The benefit, leg press exercise by using rubber, the exercise load was not to go against the gravitation, but to pull the elastic that acted as a weight in training. That's it. Exercise using leg press machine, the load is not 100% effective. I mean with the iron plate on the leg muscle because there is a motion assistant. The movement is assisted by the gravitation, up and down. What the benefit? Another benefit is it will be very different if you use leg press exercise with a rubber load. The training load will continuously have an effect on the leg muscle, both between pushing and when you are unpushing. So, hypothesized in this research is that leg press exercise using rubber weight will be more effective and in developing power of quadricep group muscle. Then study method is use the R&D, research and development, and the model that I use for this research is model Sugiono. That there is 10 step. We can read in the caption. In the slide is potential problem, gathering information, product design, validation, and so on, until the 10th step is mass product manufacture. Then the result in this result and the conclusion in the research is use the small group trial, leg press exercise using leg press using rubber that the equipment developed in the research can be used to train the front leg muscle group power. Can be used. The new model is also can be used as equipment to build the power of the leg muscle. Conclusion. The leg press exercise tool with rubber weight can increase the power ability of the front leg muscle group. The result is can be used, but the conclusion is can be the tool to develop the power of the group leg muscle. So in this research, I conclude that to prove that the leg muscle, that the leg press exercise equipment using rubber is more effective than using the iron plate, is need for further research our further research will need carry out. So I think to compare where the more effective exercise equipment to build the power for the leg muscle is need research. I mean, the further research will be carried out for this. So need another research, another study, something like that. That is Mr. Moderator that I can present it to all of you here. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bambang Sujiono. It's nice research, but is this new one or just improve the research previous?
I mean, this equipment is we can call the modified, modified from the old, from the conventional that used by the people right now. That if you come to the fitness center, you want to build your leg muscles, you just doing leg press, leg press. That the load is just up and down. So there is something that assists by the by the gravitation. So it is not 100% effect, give effect to the muscle, but the rubber, the movement is forward and backward. Yeah. So in line with the weight, with the load, and in line with the leg muscle movement. So very minimized adherence assistance with the load. So they mean that some people call there's a cheating, there is a cheating. So especially power, because the power is so do as fast as possible. If you just to build strength, to make the big muscle, just slowly, okay. But
we have the technician problem with Mr. Bambang Sujiono. Maybe it's about
for the power, it should be moving. So with it's not good. Yeah, it's problem was sitting was so there is help with the system. So the weight is not 100% effect to the muscle.
Maybe it's meant by modification, be using the rubber to replace the iron.
Yeah.
Increase more power muscle.
Yeah. More effective to build the power. Only the power, not another component.
Oh.
Because the power need to do as fast possible. So cannot use the conventional equipment, something like that. So we have to modify the weight by replacing the iron plate and change with the rubber.
It's mean your result can be used to socialization to the athlete. Okay, thank you for your answer, Mr. Bambang Sujiono.
You're welcome.
Is there any question to Mr. Bambang Sujiono? Everybody, please. If done, it's mean this paralyzation is close to the end of seminar, and hopefully we can meet to the next year international seminar again. And thank you for your all presenting, the all presenter of this paralyzation in room 1. Thank you for Mr. Bambang Sujiono.
Sorry.
Mr. Selamat
Mr.
Supriyadi, for Mr. Rubadong, thank you for your presenting. To Miss Sobia Hassan and all participants of the international seminar. As a moderator, Zulham, thank you very much, and I apologize if there are many not kind words to say in this paralyzation. Thank you so much. Hopefully enjoy your day and see you again. Bye-bye.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Assalamualaikum
Bye.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.